Okay. Thank you for the sub, Rabbit Sing. How's everybody going? How you doing out there in Hawaii, man? Hope everything's going well over there. Okay. So now I should be able to do this. What? Okay, you know what? Let's kill this guy here. And remove this source. Yes, and let's do this. No, that's the wrong one still. Oh my god, what the hell? What does my live say? My live says it was Tuesday, motion inputs, all that stuff, right? Okay. So why is this thing not working properly here? Reload, auto find live sources. There we go. Jesus, okay. One of these days I'm gonna figure out exactly how to make this all work over here. Okay. So now if I try test, it should go to both of them over there. There we are. Okay, I see it. Yes. So like if I did, for example, if I did this. Yes, I can see both of them on the screen. And Nathan is really hungry right now. He wants food, so he is being Nathan right now. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Okay, hang on a second. Back over here. Okay, so that should all be working. What's up, Chubby Pickles? What's going on? Well, I got the haircut a little while ago. Okay, what am I trying to do over here? So that's all the audio stuff. This is all capture stuff. I should put this over here. Oops. Oh, that is wavelength and all that stuff. This is all audio, so I could put it over here, theoretically. Oh, right. Okay. This should honestly be over here. This is... This Steam Deck. Okay. What's up, Kuruin? Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, get that haircut, National Chris. But I should be. I'll talk about this in a little bit. Hang on one second. Let me do some more stuff over here. God, there's something I really want to do, and I'm not sure if there's a good way to do this. I don't know how to yet. I'm gonna have to look this up. So, might be your Tiger Uppercut 23. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Good seeing you this last weekend, and same to you, Mr. Mad Gear. Good seeing you last weekend. Great job on the top 8 finish, by the way, with Marisa of all characters. What order do I want to do this? Let's do this. Buff Marisa. I hope you did have a chance to watch the... Hang on, let me do this. I hope you did have a chance to watch the replay a little bit, Mr. Mad Gear, and know that I was not lying when I kept saying on the stream that Marisa needs buffs. As much as it pains me to say that. hell do you spell this guy's name, dude? Oh, did I actually spell it right? I did. Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Sorry for the keyboard ASMR over here. Just trying to do some tests over here. All right, so that's that. There's something else I wanted to talk about. I can't remember what it is. What's up, Magus? 12,000 BC? Dude. Trust me, I'm worried that he took Duck King's spot for sure. And what's up, Sinner? Oh yeah, for sure. And at one point in time, there's a lot of little small things that I gotta do, and my brain is like, ah. So like, I want to see if I can get all the stuff back to SoundCloud. Unfortunately, I need to redo all the SoundCloud stuff to Jay Chenzor as well, and oh god, there's just so much stuff going on. So Banjo? What was Banjo? What was Banjo? Oh, TJ Glenn. Okay, cool. That's right. His original name was Banjo, but he goes by TJ Glenn now. Yes, that's right. I forgot. Yes. You want to be on the Jay Chenzor stream. So if you're on the Ultra Chen channel right now, you're going to see that it says like that Moobot keeps going. So Mighty Sandwich and Corporate Shillbot. Oh, you have arrived in Chicagular, says Mighty Sandwich. Did you move to Chicago? Let's see here. Wait, is this all from today, or is this old streams here? Oh, let's see. We missed you guys at San Jose CT event this year. Oh, well, where does the broadcast start? Why doesn't it say the broadcast started here? Well, Mighty Sandwich, if you guys can, as well as Corporate Shillbot, I see, you're just there for a few days. And yes, this is from 3 months ago. If you guys can jump over, and thank you for the continued subscription, Mighty Sandwich. But if you go to twitch.tv/jchenzor, yes, Rika, I am live on both channels. I'm gonna be doing this for a while, even though it's killing my bandwidth here at home. But I'm gonna do this for a few more weeks, basically saying hi. We're gonna be over at the Jay Chenzor channel starting from now, at this point in time. Mad Gear, trust me, Banjo was 100% rooting for you. he was 100%. Like, I asked him beforehand, he was like, I was like, who are you rooting for? He's like, my boy Mad Gear. I was like, oh, okay. And like, you know, he did his professional job in that he wasn't biased on commentary, but I could see the pain in his face whenever you like lost the match and stuff. Thank you, Corporate Shillbot. Yes, so the main channel now, Rika, is going to be Jay Chenzor. In fact, the YouTube channel is going to change to Jay Chenzor. Everything is going to Jay Chenzor now. Essentially, while Ultra Chen TV will always live on in our hearts, you know, Ultra Chen TV for now is going to, I'm gonna stop using that in anything that I do to, fix my branding, essentially, because my branding is like really fucked up. Some people know me as Jay Chenzor, some people know me as Ultra Chen. Some like people know me for all sorts of things. So no, I am not dropping Twitch for YouTube, Taylor. I will be streaming on both. So YouTube and Twitch will be streamed to simultaneously. I'm literally streaming to hang on a second. I'm literally streaming to 3 channels right now. I'm streaming to 2 Twitch channels as well as the YouTube channel all at the same time right now. So there's just streams abound all over the, oh no, my OCD, hang on a second. So I'm streaming to 3 places right now. The YouTube currently is youtube.com/UltraChenTV, but very soon I'm actually gonna change that channel to Jay Chenzor. So for you guys, nothing will change. You just have to stay following the Ultra Chen TV channel, and it's just gonna transform into the Jay Chenzor channel. So nothing has to happen there. However, for the Twitch audience, I've been streaming on 2 different channels this whole time. Tuesday show on, you know, Ultra Chen TV, still like 2.5 years later, even though I'm the only one on here now. And then I've been streaming on Jay Chenzor, like my other stuff, and a lot of people on the Ultra Chen channel didn't even know I had a Jay Chenzor channel. A lot of people on the Jay Chenzor channel had no idea I had an Ultra Chen channel. And like I said, people have called me Jay Chenzor, people call me Ultra Chen, like it's just this really crazy, like I said, it's hurting the branding for me, right? Like, and I want to do better in content creation. I want to do better, you know, in, you know, just in presence and all this stuff like that. And talking with my new, YouTube channel manager, handler guy, basically, he recommended, because I was always like, man, isn't merging all the channels and all that stuff going to be really difficult? And he's like, yeah, but you know what? It's necessary. You have to do that. So, right, see, Zorlan didn't even know there was an Ultra Chen TV, etc., etc. So I am going to be doing this thing where everything now is just Jay Chenzor, because it's what I've always been, right? I've always been Jay Chenzor. Jay Chenzor is all that I've been my whole entire life. Ultra Chen TV was the merging of Ultra David and me, so it was Ultra Chen, right? And so now that David is not a part of it, and then Ultra Chen eventually became just kind of like an overarching group. We had Steve and Steve, we had Tasty Jam on there for a brief period of time, we had Tubaware on it for a brief period of time, and now we're just at a point where it's just me because everybody else left. So I wanted to make sure that and so there's really no reason for me to keep Ultra Chen TV anymore. So everything is all merging together. Yeah, I mean, most people have known me from a long time ago, know me as Jay Chenzor, but a lot of people who know me from the Tuesday show channel, it's just weird. Like, that's the thing, right? It's so confusing. Like there's like all this stuff going everywhere. Only Chen's is oh no, Neko Fiore, dude, that's so funny. I have said that so many times. I was like, Jay Chenzor sounds like a Power Rangers thing. We need power of the Chenzor now, you know, kind of things like that. But that's not what it is. Yeah. Archive match videos for Ultra Chen TV. what do you mean by archive match vids? So the YouTube stuff, Magus, is nothing's changing there except for the name of the channel. So I'm literally just going to rename Ultra Chen TV to J Chenzor. So everything that's on the YouTube channel right now stays. Like nothing's going away. It's going to be the exact same channel, just with a different logo, and now you would type youtube.com/jchenzor instead of youtube.com/ultrachentv. That's all it really is. And so that's the plan there. So and so you're not going to have to do anything yourself to stay abreast of all the original content that was here. So no. So twitch.tv/jchenzor has existed forever. And then, of course, twitch.tv/ultrachentv has existed forever. The youtube.com/ultrachentv is where we had been uploading all of our content. I have an old J Chenzor channel that was more for things that I did in the past, and I'm renaming that one so that now I can rename the Ultra Chen TV one as J Chenzor. But I have been running into so when I was like, isn't merging the brands and all that stuff going to be difficult? Dude, I had no idea. I had no idea how hard this was going to be, because it is absolutely it's been just a nightmare. Holy crap, it's been a nightmare trying to make this change and doing all this stuff, because just YouTube is just not user friendly and stuff. Like it's absolute insanity. So yeah, I'm just trying to get this. I mean, hopefully within a couple of weeks everything will be normal. But dude, like, if you own a YouTube channel, like, getting help on the YouTube channel feels impossible. Like, it just feels impossible. Like, it's so hard to get help. Am I gonna eventually stop streaming on the Ultra Chen Twitch channel? Yes, Rika, I am going to stop streaming on the Ultra Chen channel. So also Sirloin, if you are on the Ultra Chen TV channel, you're gonna have to jump over to the J Chenzor channel. Very, very soon, this Ultra Chen TV channel that I'm streaming on, I'm gonna stop streaming on it. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Probably what I'll do is I'll keep streaming on it for a while, like maybe for a few more weeks, until I start seeing that nobody actually shows up to it. Like right now, there's only 8 viewers on there. Most people are here, so most people know about the transition, but I forgot to do all my socials. Crap, hang on a second. Let me do all my socials. Be right back. Shared chat feature, so you can combine Ultra Chen and J Chenzor for now. Really? I am not aware of this shared chat feature. Wait a second. How does this work? Let me see. So from J, how do I do that? See, chat settings, maybe. It's like an evolution of squad streaming. Right, yeah, I know they had something like that, but I don't know how to set it up. Would I have to go into my settings and like partner? No, not partner. Community, probably? No, not community. Dude, there's just so many settings all over the place. Yeah, Shaq the Great, if you can, and also, of course, Koozies Are Yum. If you guys can all jump over to the other chat eventually. Oh, that's true. I could talk about the Switch 2 thing just a little bit. So, stream together setting. Where do you even find stream together setting? Is it under quick actions? Let's see here. Quick actions, edit stream, stream health, stream view, collaboration. Aha! Collaboration. Is that actually a thing to do here? Let's see. I have to send an invite. Okay, you know what? I'll figure it out later. Let me do my socials really quick so that I can make sure that everybody out there is aware that something is happening. What? What? Oh, how do I get rid of this now? Shit, what the fuck? How do I get out? What? Oh my God. All right, okay. Edit, layout. Where did my other tab go? I had another tab here that was the, oh, the quick actions, right. It was quick actions. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's clear. You don't even know how to... Oh, stream together? Ah, stream together. Stream together. Stream together now. Oh, stream together now. 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 Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'll wait till some other time. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I know. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's do the socials here so that people know that I'm going live. So, again, here, gotta do it on Twitter, gotta do it on Blue Sky, gotta put it on to Discord. It's so crazy. Oh my God. Doing this with multiple stuff like this is, wow, it is, it's a lot of work, man. We're live and we're talking about motion inputs, DJs in Fatal Fury, but not that DJ, Texas Showdown 2025, and more. Stream links in next tweet because Twitter is stupid. Put the picture here, come over here, add a second tweet, type out all my stream links. There we go. Post all. Oh boy, yeah, no, trust me. I mean, it's not just time consuming, but like when you are an influencer, there's just a lot of things that you have to do. Holy crap. So copy link, come over to here, upcoming streams, here, paste the tweet. So there we go, send now. That should show up, but now I have to edit it because I have to put in the actual stream links, but Discord is weird that it doesn't take this information here. Oh God, that doesn't work either, which means I actually have to now do Notepad, and I have to do this, and then cut it. Okay, so I always have to do Notepad now, and then I can edit this and do that and hit enter. Okay, and that shows up like that. Yep, so, okay, so it's on YouTube and it's on Twitch. So that showed up there, but now I need to put this all into Blue Sky so that Blue Sky viewers know what's going on as well. So let's actually copy all of this, go to Blue Sky. Let's go, why is this over here? So let's do a new post. Let's paste this, but I don't need to do that because it's Blue Sky. So I can just put the links here. But I can kill that. I can add the picture. Picture means engagements, and then I can post over there. Okay. Oh, so apparently, yeah, Salvatore Ganacci is a real DJ. I mean, he seems like a total goofball Stone. And shout outs, by the way, to Stone. Had a good time commentating with him this weekend for MVC3, dude. Dude, it's crazy the amount of stuff that you got to do for all the socials. And trust me, I am just not built for this, man. Like, I am not good at this kind of crazy management stuff. But, you know, it's what I got to do. So, okay, let's see here. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's actually not not wrong there. Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, this DJ thing is so weird. My gosh. Oh, dear God, Orochi Oni. Oh, Jesus, that is, it's a little too deep of a cut there, I think. Okay, let me see something here. Video capture device. Add existing. Oh, do I have that already? Oh, yeah, I think I do. Let me see something. Hang on, guys. I'm going to do some more tests over here. There we go. All right, so there's the NVIDIA stream here. Ooh, crazy camera following. Woo! Oh, shoot, my OCD I need to fix as well. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Let me fix something really quick for you guys. Well, actually, that's such a lie. Let me fix something for me, and then I'll be right back. Honestly, the biggest problem right now is that the camera arm that I'm using isn't strong enough to hold up the camera that I'm actually using to film. So it's just like it keeps tilting and stuff the wrong direction. I really need to redo a lot of my streaming station over here and make it look better and just make it easier. So, am I going to feed the cats? I mean, maybe I'll take a break and feed the cats in the middle of the stream. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to make a new layout. I'm going to have to make a new layout called, oh no, don't do that, Nathan. That is dangerous. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm going to have to make a new layout where, dude, like, he misses his old microphone thing where he could rub his head on. Why do you do this, Nathan? Why do you do this? Why do you do this, Nathan? Why do you do this? Oh. Hi, Nathan. Oh, yeah, Gibby, I was really glad to hang out with you this weekend. Had a good time. So finally had the chance to sit down and talk to each other that we've been trying to do for a long time. Where's Elena is a really good question. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Ooh, look at you. Oh, you're so happy. You're so happy. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Oh, you're gonna grab me, aren't you? You're gonna grab me, because you can see he's trying to rabbit kick. He's trying to start that rabbit kick. Rabbit Sing, if you're still in the chat, we're gonna have to change your name to that, the rabbit kick, right? So, the rabbit kick. Look at this guy. Oh, God, you like that so much. Hi. Yeah, I mean, she's probably just coming a little later, but the only reason why I'm not super concerned right now is the fact that before they were only releasing characters literally like on the 20-something at the end of a battle pass. And so for the most part, up until Mai, we had just assumed that we would have that battle pass like Mai is coming, and then there would be Mai, and then the next battle pass would be the official like Mai battle pass or something like that. But we didn't get the Mai is coming battle pass, and so I was like, man, do we have to wait until forever for Mai? And then she just dropped like on like the 5th or the 6th of the month that she came out on, and I was like, what? They broke all their patterns. So even though we're in a situation where we're just in this current rival schools battle pass, hi Nathan. Oh, you're trying to rub your head on the camera. That means that she could still just drop in the middle of this month at any point in time. My guess, honestly, so Ryu Maluko, I think that her release has already been delayed. And there is too much evidence for that. If you want me to be the, okay, let's hang on a second. Nathan, what are you doing, Nathan? Nathan, I can't use my mouse because you're rubbing against my hand. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me do something. Hang on, Nathan. Stop it. I heard that. Where is it? Oh, come on. Oh, there it is. Like, it's literally just like flashing in my face. Jesus Christ. I am blind as a freaking bat. You know, I installed something on my phone that connects to my keychain, so I can click my keychain and it makes my phone ring because I lose my phone way too many goddamn times. Let's just do this really quick. I know this is gonna be weird. Editor, sorry about this. I don't know if there's a way that I can mark it like editor, you know. I'm gonna go in not straight up order over here. Let's just do this. Oh, you're doing it again? Really? Okay. Let's do this because it'll look better and my OCD will feel a little more comfortable. Let's go back up to, well, actually, we're going to do this. And, oh my God, Nathan. Dude, Nathan. Dude, look at him. I'm trying to use my mouse and look what he's doing. Like, he's shoving his head into my hand while lying on the table. This is what he's doing right now. Look at him. Look at this guy. Oh. All right. I'll give you your attention, Nathan. Bongo cat. He's a steel cat. He's a steel cat bongo. Hi, boy. Hi, boy. Hi, boy. Hey, what's up, Scope? Nathan and Jasmine are both, I got them in 11 or 12, so they're both 13 or 14 years old, so about 13, 14 years old now. So these cats have definitely, you know, seen a lot of time, been hanging around my apartment for quite some time now. Oh, man. Yeah. Yes, look at this cat. You're going to make my stream last 8 hours long because I'm just going to be petting your cat all day. Jasmine has fortunately been mostly normal. So like, it's actually good that she's been mostly normal. She's kind of just back to her normal self. She's, you know, back to being feisty. However, she is still extremely clingy. Like, it was weird. When Nathan went to the doctors to get his teeth removed one time, he came back really paranoid. So he used to just be like, strangers, hi, strangers, hi. Then after he got his teeth taken out, like, he's actually legit, like, scared of strangers now. Jesus Christ, you guys are texting a lot. But Jasmine, I mean, same kind of trauma, just different reactions, right? Now, after she's come back, like, she used to like to sleep on my lap and stuff like that all the time. But now, like, I swear, if I, like, sit down, she just climbs in my lap and she curls up and, like, she just won't leave. Like, before I could be like, Jasmine, time to get up, you know, and she would kind of understand, get up and walk away. Or if I shuffled around food time, she's like, oh, food? And then she would just jump off of me and, oh my God, Nathan changed the camera angle. Dude, he leaned on my keyboard and changed the camera angle. That is some magic right there, dude. Like, how did you even do that, Nathan? Jesus. But now Jasmine, like, if she's sleeping on me and I shuffle, oh, now you turned off the angle? Nathan, stop leaning on it's the space bar. See the space bar, and he keeps leaning on the space bar. Oh my God, cat. Come here, boy. You know what? Look, we're gonna do this. We're doing this. We are doing this unless you run away right now. Nathan, run away now or forever hold your peace. Oh, look at you. You're here, huh? All right, Nathan. We're doing this. We're doing this unless you run away. Come here, Nathan. Oh, there you go. I got you. Hi. Hi. He's like, oh, crap. I have accepted my fate. I don't know if you can actually hear the purring. Flecko, I've always said that I would just create a new category in Twitch called Just Catting. Oh, you heard it? Oh, cool. Hey, shout outs to my Elgato Wave 3 microphone that they gifted me. Shout outs to that it picked up that purring. That's awesome. Scientists have wondered, you know, what the purpose of purring is and all that stuff. And there's like all these theories that the purrs may have developed with just over time due to relationships with humans, because most purrs are like at some frequency or something that's like particularly soothing and comforting to like humans or something. I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, no, they all purr. Like I've seen the videos of the cheetahs purring. I think lions purr and all that stuff like that. So it's probably not true, but it's just like it's crazy. What a good cat. I just like So what's interesting is, so someone in the chat asked a little bit earlier, and I didn't answer, did I have cats while growing up? No, I did not, actually. Reason being is that my mom hates pets. Not because she hates the animals, because she actually thinks my cats are cute, but like, My mom is OCD beyond all human imagination, and this was only a realization like within the last 5 years of my life. So she really does not want pet hair, like fur balls, like any sort of like crazy, things. Like my mom would basically be the person who follows the cat with a vacuum cleaner the entire time, basically is what would happen. So I never had pets when I was growing up. In fact, me and my brother were like, can we have pets? Can we have pets? And our parents were like, all right, fine. And they bought us fish. I was like, come on, you can't pet a fish. Like, come on. I mean, actually, it turns out you can kind of pet fish, but that's still not the point. That's like, it's not what we were trying to do. So I've never had pets growing up. And so literally Jasmine and Nathan are the first pets that I have ever lived with. So, excuse me. The other question is, have I always been a cat person? When I was little, I used to stalk my neighbors' cats. Like literally I would see my neighbors' cats and they'd be just sitting on the lawn and I'd walk up to them like little by little and then they'd look at me and I'd freeze. And they turn their head away and I'd look at them, we'll kind of keep going up there, and they look at me and I freeze. And then eventually I would get close enough to start scratching the back of their necks. And as a kid, I found out that the scruff of the neck and scratching it was like magic. Because as soon as you started doing that, the cat was like, oh yeah, oh. And so like I made friends with a lot of my neighbors' cats that way. So I've always liked cats. Growing up, I've always just said I'm going to own a dog at some point in time. So it's not even that I'm a cat person or a dog person. What it really comes down to is that, hang on, let me do one more thing over here. It's not that I'm a cat person or a dog person or whatever like that. It's really just that I am an animal person. Like if I could own a bird, I would own a bird. I'd want a snake. Like snake would be awesome. Like I went to my friend's place. He had chickens and I literally was holding and hugging a chicken, I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm hugging a chicken. So like I see the videos of that one lady who basically became friends with all the sharks and like pets the sharks and the sharks sleep in her lap and shit like that. Like I'm like, I want a shark to sleep in my lap, like that's the thing. Like I just want all that. Like I see the videos of the guys who are friends with the lions, he raised the lions and now every time he goes in the wild they see him and they run out and hug him and all that stuff like that. So I just love animals, dude. I want, like, literally, if I had unlimited money right now, I would, and literally, like, no potential to run out of money, I would run a zoo, which is just like, hey, I'm just creating this giant wildlife area where all the animals can roam free and just have a good time. And I just get to run in there and feed them and pet them all the time. Dude, Nyanzaburo, like seriously, like I've always like, I want to pet a lion. And people are like, what if the lion kills you? And I'm just like, worth it, I mean, if I could make a cat cafe, that would be awesome. But like I said, I just love animals. Like I just like all animals. And the thing about it is, for me, what makes animals so great is that when you do get an animal to the point where it trusts you, like that is like, you like obviously the animal will trust you for ulterior motives in that like, hey, I feed you and stuff like that. But like when they start showing affection and trust and all that kind of stuff, like one of the greatest feelings for me is when I can pet my cats when they were asleep. And if you have ever owned a cat before, you know how hyper aware cats are when they're asleep. Like you make any noise and they're just like, what? They're up, right? Like, but if you can pet a sleeping cat and the cat doesn't stir or move, like that's just one of the greatest feelings in the world, honestly. No, they don't, Tuhalu. I've actually been to cat cafes in Japan, and there's no waivers. You just go there, pay money, you get a free drink, So you go to their little machine there, you get a free drink, which again, since it's Japan, can also range to hot chocolate or even like corn soup or whatever, because it's just like one of their vending things that you can just do. And you just go in there, stay however long you want, and when you come out, so you have to pay for the first hour, but if you stay longer, they just charge you for the extra hours. So when you leave, you do that. Only thing you have to do is make sure you take off your shoes, and then you put them in a locker, and then actually it's not even a locker, you just put them in a shelf. I don't even think they're in a locker. I can't remember now because Japan just doesn't steal anything. And you just put on some of their slippers, and then you walk in there and play with cats. That's just basically what it is. So there's an amazing Twitter thread of a Stat Wildlife telling people not to let large cats, mountain lions, and leopards indoors, and the response were people being, but his cat, I want pet. Yeah, basically. The funniest ones is when you see the large cats just like acting like cats. It's so amazing. Like there was one where like these guys legit had a reason to have a tiger in their house because it was endangered and it was injured, so they had to nurse it back to health, so it was just in their house. And all it was doing was just running around acting like a giant cat. Like it would just jump on the couch, and like the guy sitting there just watching TV, and the tiger like walks up to it, climbs up on the couch, and just like falls on his lap like this giant tiger, and just like, brr, you know, like he's just like, pet me, you know. It's just like, it's literally just a cat, but just like really large. It's hilarious, dude. It's so amazing. Oh yeah, the way I've just seen folks sleeping in Tokyo parks with half their wallet sticking out of their pockets. Again, one time Tasty Steve told a story where he lost his wallet on the subway on one of the trains. And he was like, oh God, no. And like, he went back to where he lost it and was like asking people. And then the person was like, check the lost and found, which is like way down over there. And Steve's like, oh my God. So he had to walk this super long distance to get to the lost and found. And the guy was like, is this your wallet? And he was like, yes. And he grabbed it back, had everything in it. And apparently the guy told him that like some old lady dropped it off. So if some old lady found it like way back over there, she walked all the way to the lost and found to turn it in so she could just walk all the way back. The first time me and David went to Japan, or it might have been the second, it might have been the Fukuoka trip now that I think about it. When we got to the airport, you know, David accidentally left his phone in the bathroom, and we went out the gates area. Like, you know, we walked out the you can't go back in area. And David's like, oh my God, I think I left my phone in the bathroom. So he ran up to the guy watching the thing. He's like, I think I left my phone in the bathroom. And the guy's like, which bathroom? And David like points to it. And the guy's like, okay, turns around and just like runs all the way over into the bathroom. A door opens, runs all the way back, and here's your phone. And David's like, oh, thank you. And he was like, no, you know, something. Like, this is like, dude, like, you just did us a service, and like, he's just like, oh, thank you. You know, like, he's like, oh, hope you're okay. And we're like, dude, what the hell? Dude, it's crazy. And then the other story I always tell is when Juyuna one time, you know, was going to a coffee shop, and it was just when he got his dog, Leo, right? His dog is Leo, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that my neighbor's dog? My neighbor's dog is named Leo and is the same breed as, or very close to the same breed as Juyuna's dog. What's Juyuna's dog's name again? I forgot. Now I'm getting the dogs confused. But he went into a coffee shop and he was live streaming. And so he couldn't take the dog inside, so he just put out the water bowl and stuff like that. Oh, his name is Leo. So I think I might know now that I realize that I know two dogs named Leo. Okay, that look very similar. He actually left the dog outside with a bowl of water, tied the leash up so he could go inside and get himself a drink. But he was live streaming, and he's like, well, people probably want to watch the dog. So he just put his phone out there. I don't know if it was on the ground or a box or whatever. He just put it out there and let it keep live streaming Leo, his dog. And he whacked inside. It's just this phone, camera, whatever, is just sitting there streaming a dog, and then eventually he just walks out, picks it all up, and keeps going. I was like, what? I once left my wallet on an arcade cabinet by accident, and I didn't realize until I was a block away and it was still on the cabinet. I've been told in the unspoken language of Japanese arcades, leaving your wallet on the cab means gone to turn a note into coins, will be back to play on this cab. Dude, it's wild. I mean, still, there was one time, like, the other story that I would say was me and David are just walking along, like, hey, I think we were walking back to our hotel room or whatever like that, or Airbnb, whatever it was, we're walking, and we see this guy biking towards us, and he stops the bike, and he leans it on the rail that's on the sidewalk, and just walks into a restaurant. Like, he just leaned it onto the rail and walked into the restaurant. And both David and I were like we looked at each other and we're like, what? Like, is he coming out again really soon? Like, wait, what? And yeah, and they don't lock their bikes up. They don't lock their bikes up. They just, that's it. That's it, right? So it's interesting, John the Automaton, because like, there is a lot that is wonderful about living in Japan, but you know, if you talk to people who have lived there before and stuff like that, there are a lot of downsides to it, right? I mean, there is a lot of the xenophobia, you know, that people talk about about Japan a lot of the times. There is, you know, it is, and there's also, you know, my ex studied in Japan for a period of time. Sorry, I'm OCDing on the angle of this microphone over here. My ex stayed in Japan for a while and studied over there briefly, and it's still, you know, fairly misogynistic in Japan as well, right? I mean, that's why they have those women-only cars in a lot of the trains and stuff. You know, there is a lot of misogyny still there. So there's a lot of like racism, misogyny out there. And as a Chinese person, I will say I know Japanese people are pretty racist against Chinese people, but I've seen the Chinese people in Japan, and I don't blame them. So one thing about China, it's so weird because like Japan, I know it's getting better in China, so don't let me, like this is not how it is now, I'm pretty sure, because China is becoming more global and, you know, finding more internet kind of things, you know. But China in general is like the opposite of Japan. In Japan, they're taught you to respect everybody. In China, you kind of grow up with this idea like, you know, like, fuck everybody else, you know, kind of thing. So like, getting on trains, like there's no line. If you're in a public bathroom and like you stand in line to wait after a urinal and the guy's done, if you don't like bum rush that thing, someone's just gonna cut in front of you. Like that's just how it works. And in fact, when the Olympics were in China, before the Olympics were there, they instituted a law, not a real law, called like Nice Thursdays or Nice Tuesdays, where they made everyone practice standing in lines for trains and like actually like doing that kind of stuff so that when all the foreigners showed up, they didn't look as bad and all these things like that. So, you know, oh yeah, it's super futuristic in China. Like that one city that's like, just like actually looks like Blade Runner. It's crazy. But yeah, it's the opposite. And so what happens a lot of times, so when you're in Japan, like when me and David are walking around, like it's not even like a suburban area. It's just like, this is where all the business buildings are and all this stuff. Just silence. Like while me and David are walking, we're whispering to each other because even though it's daytime and we're completely outdoors, if we spoke to each other in normal volume, like if we were just talking to each other, you know, like, hey, what's up? Talking in normal, we felt like we were shouting. Like we felt like we stood out like a sore thumb because it was just so quiet there. But when all the China tourists come, they're so loud. If you're in Japan and you're in any sort of spot and you see Asian people like hey, like that, they're Chinese. if they're talking loud, they're Chinese. And so that is one of the stereotypes. In fact, I just read recently, and I wasn't even aware of this, but Jam Kuraruberi from Guilty Gear is supposed to be a Chinese stereotype. That's why she's so goddamn loud. Like, this is, You know, like that's all she does, right? Like she's actually kind of like a racist Chinese stereotype that they put in the game. So yeah. Oh man. Yeah, a family of Chinese tourists just cut in front of you. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Dude, a mockingbird, are you kidding me? Oh, so the thing is, like where I live in Los Angeles, having high-speed rail, oh my God, if I had a high-speed rail option to get to San Francisco or a high rail option to get to Vegas, holy crap. Because if we had the like a high-speed rail that was, you know, equitable, like I think the trip to San Francisco would be like 2 hours. Whereas right now it's like a 6-hour drive, and to Vegas is a 4-hour drive. And if we had high-speed rail, I think I heard that's like an hour and a half or something like that. And you wouldn't have to worry about traffic. Like, oh, is it going to be traffic or what? Dude, God, like, and then I wouldn't have to deal with airports. I could just take this high-speed rail. Like, if we had a high-speed rail, I'd be so freaking happy. So, oh, Shampoo and Ramna, seriously, similarly is dumb as bricks. Yeah, if they throw trash anywhere, yeah, that's China as well. I mean, my friend who was Chinese, who went to go visit China, was like disgusted because a lot of people, so it's better now in China. They don't smoke as much as they used to. But like, even just like maybe 15, 20 years ago, like if you visited China, like you are losing like 5 years of your life due to secondhand smoke. Like my dad visited there like a couple of decades ago, and like he came back and his throat was destroyed for months, and he sung Chinese opera and stuff like that. So it was like really annoying for him. But like my friend who visited China like way back, like about 2 decades ago and whatever, like people would smoke and then they would just like spit on the floor like everywhere. They just like spit on the floor, you know, like it's crazy. It's different now though. It's gotten a lot better. And like I said, a lot of it does also have to do with, getting more holes in the, like if you guys don't know, like China at one point in time is super closed off. Like they have their own brands of everything. You know, they had all their own, cars, they had their own electronics companies, they had their own, and they just didn't do anything globally. They've changed that since, hence why they've done a lot of things to globalize China a lot more. It's still pretty encapsulated. But they are a lot better now, and a lot of new Western ideas are starting to propagate over there. Like somebody wanted to own, basically build and run a French-style cafe in China, and everybody in China was like, "This will never succeed." And then he built it, and then a whole bunch of the young Chinese population went there, right? Because like outdoor, with the iron chairs, and eating stuff like that just wasn't something that happened in China. You just never did that, right? But when they opened it, people started actually just doing that. And so, China's kind of opening up little by little, which I think would be great. I mean, if we could get away from the communism, but that's a whole nother story. I don't want to piss off a lot of Chinese people in the chat, I don't, because, sorry, I don't want to piss off a lot of Chinese people in the chat. Anyways, and that's why all the movies have a scene that take place in China. Every single one of them, because there's literally a law in China that there are only 5 movies from America that are allowed to show in the country for the year. That's it. There's just 5 spots, right? So there's only just 5 spots. And so that's why one of the Batman, Christopher Nolan, Batman's has a scene where he goes to China. Transformers movies go to China. In The Martian, China helps them. In one of the other movies, China helps them. I think it was The Rival or something. China helps them. And then they do all these things to they do a lot of things to cater to Chinese, to make sure they don't make them mad, so that they can actually have the so they can have their movies shown there because China has billions of people, right? Was there an exclusive scene in Iron Man 3 that only was in the China version? Goes to China at the end of the movie for his heart transplant for no reason. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. But also, like Doctor Strange, right? That is the reason why the Ancient One is no longer Tibetan, right? Because China's not a fan of Tibetan people. And so, like, they'll give you all these reasons, but the reason why they changed her to an Irish woman was to just make it as far as possible to not be mistaken, that kind of thing. So, I mean, you'll see a lot of Hollywood movies always throw, extend that olive branch, essentially. Yeah, Nolan Ryan's the baseball player. Yeah, exactly. Let me see something over here. Just want to make sure because I want to check something. Twitch, if you guys are any of the 111 viewers on Ultra Chen TV currently, we are officially running on twitch.tv/jchenzor now. So we will be moving over there at some... Oh, no, I'm sorry. The 111 viewers are here. Crap. If you are one of the 35 viewers on the Ultra Chen TV Twitch, I do apologize. I see a bunch of people have accidentally missed a lot of their comments over here. What's up, Line X? And thank you for the subscription there. But like I said, we're all moving over. What's up, Ryu Luco, Agent of Force, Curtin Furno, Shay, of course. If you guys have the ability to jump over and Rome rated Ultra Chen TV, what's up, all of you guys coming from Rome himself? I am gonna launch you guys all over to my official channel right now because this channel is going away in just a little bit. So I'm gonna raid my own stream here really quick. So I'm gonna launch all you people over to the Jay Chenzor stream, which is where I will be officially streaming everything, including It Was Tuesday from now on. So here we go. The raid has been created. It's not gonna send everybody over there because it's just how raids work. See, we're at 30 some viewers here, so 32 viewers. So I'm gonna chuck 32 viewers. The 15 remaining of you who are not getting rated over, you guys can jump over there when you guys have a chance. I mean, I have a MooBot thing that pops up. I think the hard part is that whenever a MooBot pops up, I think people have just gotten really used to ignoring anything that MooBot says. I think people have just gotten really good at that. So, did we see the raid? Okay, yeah, we did see the raid over there. Okay, so if I refresh this, am I down in viewers or I should have a lower viewer count now. It doesn't say it is, but anyways, let's see here. Okay, anyways, filtering out helpful advice years ago. Yeah, basically. Let's see here. Actually, if I set it to emote only, people will know something is up. And if people know something's up, they might actually notice the only text that shows up. So that's actually a really good call. So let's try that for a second here. So it's going to be emote only chat for now. And we'll see what happens. Dude, Twitch, YouTube, they're all just like crazy and they don't work and stuff like that. Okay, in any case, I set it only to emote chat. Emote only chat for now, so you will notice that I am officially streaming on twitch.tv/jchenzor from now on. There we go. I'm just gonna type that in there. Okay. Okay, we haven't talked about anything yet, shenanigans. I haven't started talking about anything yet. Okay, so I want to talk about this Elena thing really quick. So I'm just gonna do this really quick. So, editor, I'm gonna start this new section here. We're gonna talk about this Elena thing here really quick, and then I will try to do some official stuff over here. I don't know why I'm going in the wrong order, just because I was gonna talk about it, so I just wanted to keep my train of thought, which obviously the train is gone, won't be coming back. Anyways, let's do this. Okay, Elena in Street Fighter 6. Let's do this. Hey everybody, how's everybody going out there? My name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor, and the question on everybody's mind is, where's Elena in Street Fighter 6? Like, the new season, the new CPT season is starting. We're all kind of confused on this. Well, I think that there is so much evidence out there right now that Elena has been delayed. I am pretty sure she was meant to come out a little bit sooner. Now, normally the characters up until Mai had like this period of time where the battle pass was like, Mai is coming. We would get like the official trailer like 1 month before they came out, and then we would have the, the character, guide and stuff come out. But like, Mai broke all of that, right? So they had a season pass, a battle pass, I should say, and she just dropped like at the beginning of the battle pass, whereas everybody else dropped at the end of the here comes this character battle pass, which was usually around the 22nd, 23rd, 21st of every month. And then mine just dropped, like, I think it was like the 5th of the month that she came out on. So I feel like Elena can come out at any time now, even though we're sitting in the middle of a rival school's a battle pass right now. But why do I think she's delayed? Because I really, really, really think she was supposed to be announced and revealed during the Nintendo Switch 2 announcement Nintendo Direct. Obviously, they showed off and had their own big old section about Street Fighter 6 there, saying, look, you can play Street Fighter 6 on the Switch 2 now, right? And like, you even have dynamic controls using the Joy-Cons, and like can shake it to make your characters do stuff. Not only that, but the official artwork, and all they said was, hey, we're getting like, you get all of Season 1 and Season 2. Like, they said that, and the artwork has Elena on it, like the official artwork. I mean, I'm gonna take a little bit to find this, but I'm sure the editor can pop this up faster for me. Street Fighter 6. Here we go, Switch 2, Street Fighter 6. If I come over here and I open up the image, here we go. Do this, open image in new tab, come over here, full screen this, and if I do this here like so, boy, this artwork right here, if you look at it, like I said, has Elena and front and center on the cover. Like, she's just like right here, right? Like, she's like, it's almost like they're trying to show you that she's like one of the main characters, like, or just, like, look, Elena's here, right? And it's odd that they didn't mention her or anything during that stream, during the reveal. So my theory is that she was supposed to be revealed and shown during that Switch 2 Nintendo Direct. But for some reason, I guess they don't have her done in time, which kind of is an indication, again, of just how hard it must be for them to create these characters, right? And honestly, like, if they put Elena in the game, and they actually give her a stage in Africa, because Mai didn't get a stage, and that pass has said there's going to be 2 stages, like, if we get an African stage like we did in Street Fighter 4, and then, like, Elena's revealed, I hope that's just kind of like a, like, entry point into, like, hopefully, like, Capcom and all the FGC developers, all the fighting game developers to start paying more attention to the African FGC. I know I talk about it a lot, but, I do so because, yeah, like, you could say it, you could be like, hey, let's support Africa FGC, and people are like, good one, James, you're right. And then everyone forgets. So I just keep repeating it because I just want it to be in everybody's mind all the time. Let's support the African FGC. They need to have their own matchmaking servers so that they can not just keep getting paired up with players in Europe and all these things like that, you know. Just little things like that, and then having more you know, the World Warrior circuits, for example, for Street Fighter 6 in particular, putting some World Warrior circuits into, you know, into different areas of Africa and stuff like that. I think that would be cool. So why didn't we get a My Stage? Not sure. She has a whole section. Maybe it'll come later. I don't know. I don't know. But again, we don't have any idea. Well, that's the thing, though, right? So Gundam Jehudi Kai says, showing Elena during the direct would have been super awkward due to many eyes not being into fighting games. So in terms of advertising games, those are the exact eyes that you are trying to reach. So you put reveals at EVO because you want to hear the audience reaction, because you can promote the audience reaction. When Geese was revealed for Tekken at EVO, it was like such a thing that they were able to show a bunch of, you know, like it was just so big, and that kind of clip kind of went viral, you know, of people just go, oh my God, like this audience just going absolutely nuts. And it's a great kind of viral video and stuff like that. But in general, you want to advertise the game to people who don't play fighting games, because the people who play fighting games gonna buy your game anyway, right? They're gonna buy your DLC anyway. So, you know, when people are like, why does Maximilian get to show off all these SNK game stuff, right? What about like Rome? Or what about like, you know, all these SNK guys, like these SNK influence? Well, everybody who's watching the SNK influencers are probably gonna buy the SNK stuff. They're not the ones you're trying to appeal to. So you have someone like Max show it off because he has such a wider audience, you're hoping to hook those people in. Putting Elena in the Nintendo Direct would have been amazing. I even joked a few weeks back that they should have just put her in Monster Hunter. Like there should just be like this, you know, African-esque safari, like, you know, like savannah, and like new mission. You run over there and it's just Elena like, hi, can you help me like rescue these hippos who are trapped in the cave of this monster who's trying to eat them, you know? Like you run over there and take out the monsters and be like, hey, cool, here's your reward. Like that would be a better advertisement for Elena in Street Fighter 6 than advertising directly to the fighting game community, right? So that's just kind of what it is, right? So yeah, right, like Lampira says that they've shown Bison at Summer Games Fest, and, you know, and by the way, says Death Metal Diamond, Geese in Tekken 7 was one of the best reveals ever. It was so good. Holy crap, dude. Like, I remember, because, like, I was sitting in the audience with my two best friends from high school, and when they revealed it, like, dude, that arena, like, was deafening, dude. It was crazy. It was crazy. But yeah, like and again, Gundam Jehudi Kai, yeah, while, yeah, clearly Street Fighter 6 just being advertised on there was good, but if Elena was also revealed there, that would have driven a lot more eyes both directions, right? Then the fighting game players would be like, oh crap, Nintendo Direct showed the, but you know what? That's now tying Street Fighter 6 to Nintendo Switch 2. Right? So now fighting game players are gonna know that they can buy the Switch 2 to play Street Fighter 6, you know, etc., etc. It's just, this is how modern advertising works, right? It's advertising doesn't make you go out and buy something. Advertising just makes you know that they exist, and the more you realize they exist, the more legitimate it becomes to buy them, right? If you go to the store and you're gonna try to find something like something to unclog your toilet, this is one of the times I thought about this. I walked up to the supermarket and there's like 5 brands, right? But one of them was called Liquid Plumber, which is, I've seen commercials for Liquid Plumber, so I'm like, oh, I've seen commercials for this. oh, this is probably more legit than the other ones. Who knows how good the other ones were? And I was just like, wait, why do I feel like this one's legit? And so like commercials aren't made for you to just go out and like, I must buy, you know, like I must kill the queen. You know, they don't make you go out and buy stuff right away. It's just that they put it in your head, legitimize things. And so when it does come time that you need this, you'll recognize a name, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, that's what it's all for, right? You show off Street Fighter 6 on the Switch, and while they might not be fighting game players, you know, they might just be sitting there and like one day it's like, Street Fighter 6 is on sale. You're like, I remember it was on there. Oh, that's right, they talked about that. And oh, that's right, they said it was gonna have like all the seasons or something. You know, I liked Street Fighter a long time ago. I'll buy this, you know. Or the fighting game player's like, man, I really wish I could play Street Fighter 6 on the go. They had Elena at the Nintendo Direct, you know, and like, that's how it works, dude. That's how it all works, honestly. So, oh, that's right. They revealed, dude. Back in those times, I think it was also easier to not get everything freaking leaked. Oh, but yeah, I mean, that's something we'll talk about later on. Well, if you're looking at this, maybe, oh yeah, we already talked about that part of what City of the Wolves is doing. Could the delay be that Monster Hunter Wilds is running really badly on PC and needs serious optimization? Monster Hunter Wilds and Street Fighter 6 both run on the RE engine, so both games could share developers. It's not how it works. I mean, they might take developers back and forth, but they're their own, you know, like departments and stuff like that. But they certainly could grab some people over back and forth. So maybe they had to snag a bunch of the Street Fighter 6 developers, pull them over to Monster Hunter, and that's why, you know, Elena is delayed. Who knows? I mean, there's 1,000 reasons, you know, like, you know, when people find a bug and they're like, didn't Capcom even test the game? And I'm just like, stop it. Like 15 QA people testing for like 2 weeks in a row will not test the character as much as a public release to 1 billion, 1,000, 100 million people out there doing random stuff in training mode all over the place, and then one person putting it on Twitter and everybody's like, man, did they actually? So who knows, maybe they found a bug, you know, right at the end for Elena, and they're like, oh crap, like, oh shoot, right? Like, what, like if we release it now, this will have this problem. Everybody will get mad, and because everyone's like, oh, don't they test these games? So they have to delay it, release her when it actually is fixed, you know, instead of actually just releasing it and being like, sorry, we know she breaks the game. Dude, it's all crazy stuff. Like, seriously, like, you guys have no idea. Like, most people, they think like there's just one guy at the top of the company going like, why don't we just do this? You know, like, dude, nothing works that way at corporations. Like, it's really hard for things to happen and things like going crazy. Don't you just press the J unit button and ship it if it comes back green? Oh, man. Just don't mention Jira. I had a tweet from years ago where I just talked shit about Jira and Confluence. And like every once in a while, I just have someone randomly on Twitter reply to it like years later, like, oh, thank God, I thought I was the only person who hated Confluence. Oh, man. Yeah, it's true. It's true. If you have to take over somebody else's code, it usually takes so much time to figure out what the hell they're doing and why they did it. I know I will piss off some programmers this way, but my code was legit over 50% comments. Like, every time I wrote code, I commented everything. Even if it was like, assign this, like, okay, user input something, assign it to a variable. Like, above it, I would actually say, assign it to the variable. Like, I just put comments everywhere, because the thing about it is, when you code stuff, a lot of things happen that, like, you run into a bug and you're like, you try this and it works. You're like, why does this work? Why does this work? And you have no idea why it works. And it's like, it was just because you decided to move this variable and save it to another variable and then save it back and it works and you're like, but if you look at the code, like it makes no sense. And so the next person who takes over your code will be like, why did he do this? Delete, delete, and then your whole program breaks, right? So like you have to add the comment above it being like, literally, I don't know why this works, but this is what happened. And then of course you can run into the situation where, and if anybody in the chat says they are curly braces on the same line programmers on here, I may have to ban you. I mean, the coding style, everybody has their own coding style. And like, I will always put curly brackets on their own freaking line, okay? Like, I hate curly brackets starting on the same line. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. You do not understand how much I hate it. Yeah, and see, that's the argument, right? Not a guy, wow, I didn't know you enjoy wasting so much space. Dude, visually, to me, to separate it so I can see both of the curly brackets when I scroll up and down. So like, dude, like it's for my OCD. Like I can't handle it. And also, when I space out my code, and yes, I waste a lot of space in my code, but I do it on purpose. Like I will put lines, comments that are like slash asterisk and then star, 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 all the way across to separate sections. Like I will put like headers, like in my FAQ. Like if you read my CVS2 FAQ, when you go see like C groove section or like, you know, A groove section or this combo mechanic, and there's this big weird ASCII header, I do that in my code. So I can find things easier. Oh man. No, it doesn't look cleaner, King9999. It's way messier. It's way messier. Are you kidding me? There's no way, because sometimes your line of code would be like this long and the curly bracket's not even on the screen anymore. How is that clear? Like, if I have an if block, I prefer seeing the curly bracket on its own line because I visually know, oh, this is the start of a section. I can see, I can tell where the start of a section is. I know where there's a new scope based on the fact that I see the start of the curly bracket at the beginning of the line and it never scrolls off the screen to the side. And so, like, it's way more organized. Oh, did he agree with me? Oh, did he agree with me? Sorry. I guess I went backwards then. I read that wrong. He said, what did he say? Putting a brace on its own line just looks cleaner. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I said it wrong. Oh, okay. Anyways. Why is your line of code that long? I mean... Also, sometimes depends on how long you make your variable names, right? And anyways, what were we talking about? Elena? Oh, that's right. Editor, you can cut that whole part out unless you think it's entertaining. But yeah, so I am like tinfoil. I don't even know if I have my tinfoil hat. I made a tinfoil hat a long time ago, but if I had it, I will put it on. And I am almost like 95% positive she got delayed. You know she had to have been released during the Nintendo Direct, because that's another reason why leaks suck and stuff like that, because, you know, this relationship between like Nintendo and Elena, for example, they can reveal Elena during the Nintendo Direct, which brings more eyes to the Nintendo Direct, right? Even if they watch it on YouTube, it's surrounded by all the Nintendo Direct stuff and, you know, and things like that. So the reason why leaks hurt is because what they're actually doing is they're creating deals. Like, I don't know how it works, like who pays who or what, but like, you know, like you get these deals that like, oh, Nintendo, you get to reveal Elena and the Nintendo Direct, and then also that makes it so that people will regularly tune into the Nintendo Directs because they start to expect cool reveals like that. So maybe Nintendo did pay Capcom and be like, hey, you guys can we reveal Elena there with the Street Fighter 6 on the Switch too? You know, and Capcom be like, sure. And they make these kind of deals, and leaks really blow that kind of stuff up. It used to happen with news organizations. This character, IGN is supposed to reveal. This character, GameSpot is supposed to reveal, etc., etc. And when things leak, like it hurts those kind of relationships and, you know, those kind of deals and stuff like that. So it's the ecosystem out there. People have no idea how complicated it actually gets out there, and just how many, like how much is actually going on out there, man. Oh man. No, well, if they didn't reveal her in the Switch thing, she's not showing up in the treehouse. There's just no way. There's just no way. So, it's okay to be wrong. James says Hobo was Hot Gun. Did you not watch my show last week where I talked about when commentators get information wrong, people like just destroy you? Man, the amount of times I have said something wrong and I didn't correct myself. Woo, boy. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. Anyways, enough about Elena. So, I mean, again, like, I'm pretty sure she was supposed to come out. That's my tinfoil hat theory. But let's hope the delay is not too much longer. Hopefully she comes out really soon. Is there any sort of new event or anything coming up soon? Are they going to push her back all the way to EVO Japan? So, Red Bull Kumite is this weekend. So, if she is delayed a little bit, maybe they're going to reveal her at Red Bull Kumite. So if any time Elena's going to get revealed, if it's soon and just like delayed by a couple of days, it will be at Red Bull Kumite, or it's just going to drop on the internet and the Twitter's just going to be like, surprise, right? So who knows what happens. So any case, yeah, that's my theory on Elena. In any case, but yeah, thank you guys for tuning in here to, it was Tuesday here on the Jay Chenzor YouTube channel. I know it says Ultra Chen right now. Maybe it actually says Jay Chenzor for you now at this point, but, yep. You can also tune in on Twitch at twitch.tv/jchenzor to watch this live. I do this on Tuesdays. I know it's a Thursday right now, but don't hold that against me. But I like to talk about these things. I like to, you know, try to be very mature and approach topics in a very different ways. So, you know, hope people enjoy that kind of stuff. And everybody who's here and already watches this channel all the time, you can ask them. They know that the day that this podcast graces their ears is the most important day of their life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Crap, you are right. It is actually, it is actually Friday already. Wait, is it Friday? Oh no, it's Friday for some people. That's what it is. Okay. God, I can't tell the difference between any of the days. Hang on, I want to check something really quick.
It was Tuesday.
Why didn't it crossfade last time? That's so bizarre. I don't know why that happened. Okay. Okay. Post Malone will get announced for Fatal Fury. Oh boy. Oh, what is happening? What is happening to fighting games? What is happening? TGM4 did get, it's not officially out yet. It comes out on the 4th. I do have a copy of it, so I'm going to try to stream it tomorrow and stuff. Oh wait, I can't do it tomorrow. I might be able to do it tomorrow, only if it's like really late at night. So I might do a really late at night stream. We'll see what happens. Dude. Like, seriously, if they put LeBron into Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, I might just have to cancel streaming Synchronize on my channel. Like, seriously. Like, seriously. Oh, my God. I'd be so angry. Dude, to Hollow, I have never played Link on Soul Calibur 2. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for that. However, oh God, one of the toughest things about it is it's $450. The Switch is $450. Holy crap. Oh yeah. That DJ is very popular with the Saudi prince. Yes, he is very popular. And apparently, if you're into the EDM scene, Salvatore Ganacci is actually really big right now, and he's really popular, but he's not gonna be like, all the, like the super famous guy. I can't even remember what his name is now. Guy with the giant mouse head. This is what tells. I almost called him Modest Mouse, but that's a whole different guy. Jesus Christ! Like why? I cannot remember any names anymore. Dead Mouse. Thank you. Dead Mouse. Thank you. The thing is, so the game's being $80, potentially digitally, and $90 for a physical copy, which might not even have the game on the cartridge. It's not all games. This console's kind of crazy expensive right now. And it is very, very scary. Yeah, AAA titles probably around $80 and stuff. Or maybe just Mario Kart, because Mario Kart is, dude, freaking open world Mario Kart? Like, oh my God, I may become a Mario Kart streamer. I mean, like, seriously, it's gonna be really crazy, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, we'll see what happens. I got lucky. I won my PlayStation 5 in a giveaway contest, which everybody said was rigged, and I don't blame them if they think that. If it was rigged, I had nothing to do with it, okay? From my point of view, I won that thing fair and square, God damn it. Dude, viewer Mario Kart lobbies, I think that would be amazing. I think that would be amazing, actually. Let me check something here. I just want to check something here. So let's do, there we go. Let's just click this. Okay, let's see here. And if I come over here and I go to my cart, why am I not in my cart? What the hell, dude? Oh, there we are. Okay. So if I did something like this and I said proceed to checkout. Okay, here we go. Change. Let's do this. Ooh. Okay. I may have a fairly, honestly, it's interesting that, so I've always had a console bank fund, like piggy bank. I've always had a console piggy bank almost my entire life. And you guys could do this too. You could steal this idea from me, but because consoles usually take so long to release in between, it sucks because I'm promoting Amazon, because Amazon, Jeff Bezos is kind of garbage and whatever like that. Sorry, I'm streaming on your platform, but whatever. The Amazon gift card, if you buy things on Amazon, gives you a lot of points to continue to buy things. And I do the subscribe and save, and so I get stuff constantly from them. I buy all my stuff from Amazon, and by the time, I never use the points. I never, ever use the points, and usually by the time a new console comes out, I have enough points to really temper the blow of the cost, so... If you use the Amazon credit card, you have to use the Amazon credit card, basically. Vodka. Dude, I know you told me, you know what, I'll talk to you about it later. But yeah, so you have to use an Amazon. I bought an Amazon credit card a long time ago. Long time ago, before we all started realizing how shitty Jeff Bezos and Amazon was, because at that point, Amazon could do no wrong to me. I was like, I love Amazon. As this time has gone on, I'm like, oh crap. But I'm kind of like stuck in it, unfortunately, so. Yeah, I buy stuff on Amazon like constantly. Like, that shit just is my life, basically. Thank you for the subscription, DJ Blues. Anyways, wasting time. Let's talk about some of these other topics that are showing up around here. Also want to remind you guys, if you are watching this on the Twitch chat, on Twitch right now, on twitch.tv/UltraChenTV, I am now officially streaming on the Jay Chenzor stream. That is why it's emotes only over there, but I think it's working because there's not a lot of viewers here right now. So that probably means most people are noticing that it's an emote only thing and are realizing that they need to run to the other stream. So that's cool. Thank you guys. Thank you guys very, very much. I haven't talked about any, the only thing I did was number 4 vodka. So I'm going all the way back to number 1 over here. So this is just how this stream goes, dude. It's just like it's chaos over here. I didn't have number 4 here in the first place, but just talking to people, I kind of got onto that topic. So I was like, oh, all right, let me add it to the list and talk about it, and then all this stuff happened. Okay, yeah. Anyways, here we go. Okay. Oh, thank you, DJ Blues. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. $510 a console with 12 years old hardware and $90 Switch 2 games. I mean, look, it's 12-year-old hardware, but like, that's how, like, if you're complaining about that, about the Switch 2, and like, the biggest announcement when the PlayStation 5 was revealed was Demon Souls, right? Like, let's be a little fair here, okay? Let's be a little fair here. It happens with all the consoles when they start. Happens to all the consoles when they start, honestly. And you know what? The Switch, even though it was super weak compared to everything else, was still my favorite console of the last generation. And even with the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series whatever, the Switch was still my favorite console. Like, Switch is still my favorite console right now. It's by far the most useful thing. Everybody I know who owns a Steam Deck never uses it. The Switch has like been the greatest console. I love that thing, honestly. I mean, we don't know if that's the reason yet, Vodka. That's what a lot of people are saying, is that it is the tariffs that are raising the cost, because when translated to yen, the cost of the Switch 2 in Japan, in yen, translated to dollars, is about 350, which is what the original Switch was. However, the yen is also extremely weak right now, so that just might be the situation over there. But that's why they region locked the console. This is the theories, again, this is all tinfoil hat theories. So they region locked it because they didn't want people all buying the Nintendo Switch 2 in Japan and then just using it to play in America for cheaper, basically. So yeah, there's just a lot of like ridiculousness going on here. So yeah, Switch 1 wasn't region locked because I don't think they had a reason to, because I think the translation of the, yen to the dollar and stuff like that, I think was pretty equal. So, I mean, I feel like that's the only reason, is so that you can't buy the Japanese Switch 2 and use it in the US and not have any other issues, right? Because I bet you the Japanese version of the console probably just has an option to just turn it into the English menus, right? Like, so yeah. I mean, Nintendo's laughed all the way to the bank these past 8 years with their underpowered machine. Look, yes, Nintendo is a shitty company in a lot of ways. And yet somehow, in a lot of ways, they're the least shitty company right now of console, developers and stuff like that. So whatever, like, I'm not gonna get into that. Look, I also grew up being a Nintendo junkie, okay? I was anti-Sega during the Genesis Super Nintendo days. I've always been so pro Nintendo. So it's hard for me to like get really mad at them because of biases and nostalgia and stuff like that. So, Neo Geo console, dude. And the thing about it was when people are like, oh my god, Neo Geo games were so crazy. They had so much data on their console. Like the Super Nintendo, like they could only do a max of like this many megs or whatever like that. And the Neo Geo had like this much room on there. Look how big Fatal Fury is. When Neo Geo developed the cartridges for the home version and stuff like that, they kind of intentionally didn't optimize the storage of stuff in their cartridge so that it would take up more space, so that it would sound like it was bigger and had more data. It's not actually true. A lot of video game development comes into organizing and optimizing of where you put the code. For a lot of the games that were on DVDs and stuff like that, the code that you accessed the most had to be put at the front of the disc. Why? Because when you're at the front of the disc, that part spins faster than out here. You read information faster earlier on the disc than you do way out there or something. Like like circles and like rotation. I mean, there's that one Calvin and Hobbes comic that looks like it's crazy. But yeah, like a lot of people would actually put a bunch of you know, the important data early on a disc, like the world map. Like you're always gonna need the world map. So all that data was like at the front and stuff like that. It's like there's so much optimization, and so a lot of those Super Nintendo cartridges and Genesis cartridges, they were doing crazy things. They had to find ways to optimize everything. And so when they made the Neo Geo and they had all the space in the world, they're like, don't optimize it so that we can brag that these games are bigger, even though we don't need to take up any of that space. So, when you get the chance, dumb question, where are the VODs uploads going? I am getting for 32 hours worth of a road trip. So Jimmy M. So VODs, everything will still be going to YouTube right now. And the YouTube channel is still currently Ultra Chen TV, but expect in the next few days for it to change to J Chenzor, but that is only a renaming of the channel. It is not a moving of the channel. The channel is just being renamed from Ultra Chen TV to J Chenzor, so everything will be there. The nice thing about it is usually we get edited, these videos will get edited and put into smaller chunks and stuff like this. I shouldn't highlight this because that's gonna throw off my editor. One of the reasons why I put this topic panel out here is so it's easier for him to tell when I've actually started a topic or not. Fortunately, because now I am streaming to both YouTube and to Twitch, anytime, so like this video will get cut up to a lot of pieces, put out as separate videos, and I get a lot of people like, James, I liked it better when it was just one big thing because then I could just put it on and listen to it at work or on a road trip or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Well, now you have the best of both worlds, because if you just go to my YouTube channel and go to my page and click on the live tab, there will be the archive of everything I've live streamed. So if you still want to watch the video from beginning to end with no cuts in the real order and everything like that, you can just go there and just play the video, right? Obviously, it's not going to have a lot of the bells and whistles. I'm not going to be timestamping any of those things. If anybody out there wants to add timestamps, I definitely appreciate that, and people have in the past. But you can always go there. So I don't know if YouTube lets you download the live VODs. Probably, I would imagine so. And because YouTube has storage for infinity, unlike Twitch, the VODs, if I'm not mistaken, just don't go away. Like, they just never go away. Because, like, YouTube apparently has enough storage space for, like, the entire, like, history of the world or something like that. So, let's see. I don't remember that in my country regarding prices. Pretty much why I rented a ton of games back then. ST was great at Texas Showdown. It was. Oh, ST was so good over there. It was so good. Shout outs to the Mexican players, by the way. Ito 2K and Hokuto. The winners finals match? Oh, gotta say, outer areas on discs have faster linear velocity than inner areas of angular than inner areas. If angular velocity is the same, so outer areas are faster to read than inner areas. Okay, So then I think the reason why they stored a lot of the data on the inner disk, because I know they stated the data, and it might be because of, I know there's a reason for it, and it might be because of the actual laser going out and in and out and in. If you put all of the most accessible data on the inside, it just stays there and doesn't have to move as far, maybe, or maybe you put it all on the outside. I'm not sure, but there is some concept of that nature that they actually think about where on the disk they put all the data, because that way they could read things faster, etc., etc. So this is going to turn into the story of Mel? Ken's kid? Mel Masters? Ken's kid? What? Switch 2 is $869 in my country, same as PS3. Jesus. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, how much is the PS5 these days in America? Is the PS5 also, it's like $450, right? I mean, Mage Nicholas, if you want to jump there and do the timestamping stuff and put it on the live as comments, feel free, go for it, go for it. Whew, boy. Wow, okay, I mean, again, like, I don't know if it is a tariff thing, because if it's that expensive in those countries that aren't doing the tariffs, maybe not. Yeah, that would be a way to tell, is how expensive is it in all the other countries compared to Japan, compared to America, right? So if what you're saying that the Switch is $400 US dollars, the Switch 2 is $400 in your country, and it's still $450 in the US, and it's $350 in Japan, then it might actually be a combination of the weaker yen, the current weaker yen, and the tariffs. It could be a combination of all of it, to be honest with you. So right, yeah, that's another thing, Golgoth. I mean, like, I've said to people, like, we could be mad about these prices, but my God, video games have been $60 forever, right? Now, the way that I think about it is the way they made up for that was DLC, right? Like, that's how they made up for it. Like, they would sell the game for $60, but then they'd sell you DLC, so all the engines they came up with, the graphics, the assets, all that stuff like that, they get more of their money's worth out of it, and so they do get you to spend about $80 to $90 on a video game anyway, thanks to the DLC. And that's why I never hated DLC. Like, a lot of people are like, DLC, but like everything has gone up in price. The games haven't gone up over $60 for like ever, and so like I was kind of okay with it because I kind of got it. But if we're gonna have our games go up to like $80 or $90 right now, like, have we reached the point where even the DLC isn't helping, you know, make the enough money for the thing? Because if it is, then you better not be putting as much DLC in my damn games if I'm paying $80 for it, okay? Look, if I'm paying $80 or $90 for it, but again, I'm also old enough to know that I paid $90 for like Chrono Trigger, right? And like, I think like Phantasy Star 4 was like $100 back in the day. Final Fantasy 6 was like $80 back in the day on the Super Nintendo. And that was way back then, dude. Like, it was expensive back then. Holy crap. Oh, man. So, Mage Nicholas, you talk about Balatro. When we flew out to... Where did me and David go? We went to... Was it First Attack that we went to? No, because David was he at First... He wasn't at First Attack. Was he? Shoot. It was Frosty Faustings. When we flew out to Frosty Faustings, he was sitting across the aisle from me. I looked over and I noticed he was playing Balatro. And I looked at him, and when we got off the plane, I was like, hey, I saw you were playing Balatro. Is it fun? He's like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. And I was like, oh, cool, because I thought about buying it. And he was like, don't buy it. Don't buy it. And I was like, fair, because he knows me. He knows me. And it's like, if something's addicting, it's not just, for me, it's not just addicting. Like, it takes over my entire life. Like, it is a problem. Like when I first got Mega Man powered up on the PSP, I was still working 20, you know, I had a, you know, a day job, and I would go to sleep at like 5 a.m. every night because I'm just like, make the stage, perfect the stage, and I wouldn't stop. Like, it's just really, really bad. Yeah, that's why I never played Magic the Gathering. That's why I never played StarCraft, as you guys learned during the homebrew stream. I avoided a lot of things for that purpose, so. The interesting thing, Psycho Damo, is they're not happy, obviously, but like, because of Ronaldo, like it's already like it's basically like they already kind of just got like wham, and they're like, oh, and they hadn't quite managed to get all the way back up, so the blow hasn't been as bad, you know. Oh, Javi plays the hell out of Balatro, huh? No wonder he's taking a step back from TOing. It's so he can find more time to play Balatro. That explains everything. Oh, man. Okay, all right. Let's actually do this here. Let's officially start this here. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Actually, before I start, because I start a little bit later here and I don't want to make them starve, let's actually feed some cats, shall we? Let's feed some cats before we officially start. I know you guys love that, so that's my complaint right now, is that video games cost too much to make, and that's where. This is why I think the game industry is going to crumble upon itself. We're reaching a bubble. I've said this for years, that the video game industry is going to hit a bubble where things are going to fall apart. And a lot of that is because we keep pushing the hardware of these things, which makes it so that now we demand, you know, more music, so they're paying more for orchestras and all this shit, whereas before it was like, hi, I'm this person and I wrote every song in the game on my little, you know, synthesizer over here, and hi, I'm dude, I programmed like 100% of the code in this game, you know, back in the Nintendo days. That just doesn't work anymore, right? That just doesn't work. And so like, games are way too expensive now. They're way too expensive, and it's a problem. And so we've lost the A and the AA market. We only have AAA and indie games now. Like, you're AAA, you're not AAA, you're indie. Like, that's it. Like, we don't have anything in between. And that makes it hard for anybody to really develop that kind of high quality game as a smaller studio. You're almost forced into the indie market, because if you try to make an A-level game, it's not gonna look as good as the AAA. And then, because you're trying to be like a AAA game, but not quite there, people are gonna be like, this game sucks. But if you develop your game as an indie game and find a way to make it like retro graphics or something, or find a hook to it, people can play the exact same game and be like, this game is amazing. Oh, I love the looks of it, blah, blah, blah. But like, if you market it like it's like back in the day on Nintendo Power, you would get the cover for games like Solar Jetman and whatever, but they put it on the Nintendo Power and you're like, oh my God, and you'd buy it and play it and it could feel like a AAA game because it felt like everything else, right? You just can't do that anymore, right? So now it's either AAA or nothing. Nothing. So yeah, right? Exactly, Magus. Like, Square had some AA games. The recent Mana game is one. Then they shut the studio down. Oh yeah, the video game industry is at an all-time high for sure. It makes more money than it ever has, and a lot of that is through this. If you're actually thinking right now that like most of the gaming industry is making most of its money on console games, like, oh boy, like, you know, like this gotcha games, gotcha style games. That's where you're gonna get most of your money from in the gaming industry these days. Not by continuing to make more God of War games, you know, like it's just like my friend who's worked in the industry is like, back in the day when we made God of War, it cost this much, you needed to sell this much to say that you were successful. and now it costs like this much, and now you have to sell like there's almost not enough people on the planet to buy a game at the current price to actually hit the number of what it was considered a success. Like, it's really stupid, you know? It's really crazy. So anyways, let's do this here. Apple is one of the biggest gaming companies. Yeah, because of this thing. This thing, dude. Like, the video game industry is doing great because people keep spending $1 billion on these dumb games because they know how to make you spend $1 here, $1 here, and then you feel, okay. It's like the whole eBay thing, right? When you actually don't know how much you want to spend on eBay, you bid $20, and some guy outbids you at 21, and you're like, oh, well, I've already spent $20. I can move it up to 25, and then the guy's ahead of you at 26, and you're like, well, I've already committed 26. I can add another $5, and that's how gotcha games get you, right? Like, it's literally, you feel like you've already spent the money even though you haven't spent any of the money. And so it's just like, I can spend $1, I can spend another $2, I can spend another $3, and then at the end of the week, you realize you spent $150 on this game, all in like $1, $2, $3 increments. Like, dude, the gacha game industry is crazy, dude. Yeah, Genshin Impact has the budget of a AAA game because it is a AAA game. Because it makes more money than the majority of AAA games that exist, right? That's where all the money is right now, dude. It's crazy. It's so psychological. And again, a lot of these people aren't here when they develop these games. They're not even trying to go after everybody. They're just hoping that they get at least like a 1% to 5% of whales. Like that's like the hierarchy for a lot of these games is they're looking for the whales. What are whales? The people who are just blisteringly rich that they spend all their money on. Like, they'll buy everything. You know, like the guy who joins League of Legends is like, I like this. I'm rich. I buy every skin. I will never use this character. I buy every skin because I like having everything, right? Or the guy who's like, I really need to win this event and this gacha game. I will buy a bunch of in-game currency because I just want to win now. They're looking for whales. Now, obviously, if they can hook a lot of the other people to spend little dollars here and there, that's great for them. But, you know, a lot of those people may spend a lot of money and go, oh my God, I spent $150 in a week. What have I done? And they leave. It's no skin off their back because they care about the whales the most. Like, it's, dude, it's really, the whole thing sucks. And which is why I'm saying the gaming industry is going to implode on itself because look at what's already happened to companies like Konami. Like, they're just gone, right? Like, they don't really make anything anymore. And like the fact that they even make updates to Dance Dance Revolution online is just like mind blowing. Like, why are they even doing this, honestly? So like, we're gonna get to a point where it's just, I mean, that's why everything has battle passes and all this crap here. Like, games are going to implode. Like, it's easy to say, well, they won't implode. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous because gaming makes so much money right now. No, gaming is going to implode on itself. It really is going to implode on itself. And you know, I might be wrong, but I feel like something's gonna change. Something's gonna happen at some point in time. And we're gonna really have to reevaluate how games are made and stuff like that. So, all right, what am I looking for over here? I have all this here. Here we go. Bink. Okay, and then, you know what? Do I have this here? Oh, I guess I don't have this here. Weird. Okay, I guess I have to turn off this view over here. There we go. Okay, that looks a little better. All right, please excuse the messiness of my kitchen and my home. Again, I am ADHD. That means I am very bad at cleaning stuff because messes disappear from my vision almost instantaneously. Like, I have a Windex bottle up here. Until I saw the Windex Baja Fresh Cup, until I just saw these through the camera view, I forgot, no, Nathan. I forgot that they were even here. I forgot that they were even here. I didn't even know. I come and feed my cats here all the time. Oh wait, you guys can barely hear me. You guys can barely hear me. Like, yeah, they seem to be on this counter for ever now. And I don't even see them. Like I don't even see them. The only reason why I saw it just now is because I was looking at the counter through my phone, and it changes the perspective of what you're looking at. So like I was like, whoa. But that Baja Fresh Cup has been there for probably over a year. Oh man. Being ADHD sucks. Oh man. Dude. So you guys are probably seeing that Nathan has gotten to a point where he just likes to jump up to the bridge where the floor's there and all that stuff like that. Again, we said this, but I didn't even ask her to do that. But you've probably seen that, cats are really smart. These two guys are both really smart. Like Nathan is just lazy and stuff like that. Smart. Because my ability to train my cats is actually kind of insane. It doesn't take very long to train them, so... Watch this, guys. Watch this. Nathan, wait. Nathan, wait. No, Nathan, no. He's not doing it. He's so hungry right now. Nathan, wait. No, Nathan, wait. Oh God, I can't get him to do it. He's so hungry. Oh man. It made me look stupid. I was just gonna show them. Before I've been able to tell him to wait, and then he'll wait, and then I tap the table and then jump up. But today he was way too hungry. Oh boy. I'm not even mad. Let's see if I can do this. I am not. Wait, did that work? Oh, I see. If I do this, and then you see me. You should be able just to see Nathan here chomping away at his food. Okay. To be fair, Nathan, the only person you made look bad was yourself, because I was trying to brag about how smart you are. And then you wouldn't listen to me. You're only hurting your own reputation, Nathan. You're only hurting your own reputation, Nathan. Goofy cat. What are you doing? Oh my God. He used to do that before when I only bred them dry food. He would actually reach into the bowl and scoop out the pellets and like bring it to his mouth when he had trouble getting the pellets. So cute. But now he basically only eats wet food now. You're done already? And now he's gonna lick the bowl clean. Meanwhile, Jasmine still. Look how much food she still has. Okay. Anyway, let's get back here so we can start the stream here. Again, I apologize. You can hear me. You can't see me right now. They're just little tiny cat heads, which is why is so adorable. Sorry about the echo. Yeah, I realized it was happening, but I don't have any professional way to like have this all set up yet. One of these days I'll figure out a really good way to do that. I I've been telling people too, like I want to really like redo my stream setup over here and do a bunch of stuff to make it look nicer. There we go. There we go. Catboy God, what a good time to show up. I haven't actually, how bad was the echo? I guess the echo was really bad. Sorry. Yeah, Jasmine's doing great now, DJ Blues. Okay, let's do this for real here. Let's do this for real here. Oh God, I so much prefer the new Pepsi logo, the new old Pepsi logo. I hated that other logo. It didn't even make any sense. Like it wasn't even like a 3D view of this wave. It was just like, it just became like a weird Pepsi Pac-Man or something. Dude, have you guys heard of, I was just talking about this with Olaf. We were just talking about like really old, no, we were talking about Zelda, and there was a YouTube video a long time ago that I just saw it at work. I don't know how I got over to it, but like it made me laugh so much. Holy crap. And it was one of those play it at 25% speed kind of things. So like the video is just called Drunk Navi. It's just called Drunk Navi, and this thing almost killed me a long time ago. I'm gonna stop. It was just called Drunk Navi, and all they did was just slow her speech down just by a little bit, and like I just started dying. I was at work, and I was I was laughing so much. Oh God. Anyways. Okay. All right. You know, it's already 9 o'clock. Let's actually get through this, actually. So I'm not going to try to spend too much time on a lot of these topics. So let's do this here. Famous last words. Famous last words for James Chen here. Okay. Oh, that has to be sarcasm. That's what the Kappa face is, right? The Kappa face is sarcasm. That's all it is. Okay, what am I looking for here? What am I looking for? I'm trying to do this. This is what I'm trying to do. Okay, let's do this. Actually, you know what? This might even just help the editor a little bit if I go back to here. How's everybody going out there? My name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor, and you are watching It Was Tuesday, the podcast about all things fighting games. And you know, social media is never going to give me a shortage of things to talk about here and things for me to get frustrated about, because you just see it down here already, right? Like the conversation about motion inputs came up again, and it was largely, you know, because a lot of news about 2XKO coming out. I think they said there's only going to be like 10 characters in there. They're changing a lot of the grooves or isms, as you want to call them, if you're, you know, classic Street Fighter fans and stuff. So a lot of little changes in news about 2XKO. But, you know, the conversation came back to motion inputs versus single button special moves. And, oh, this conversation drives me absolutely insane, because when you see people talk about it online and people talk about it, like they talk about it in just like the absolute like least intelligent way humanly possible. I hate motion inputs. They're too hard. Single button inputs aren't fun. You know, like, oh, this game, they're just fake. And motion inputs are fake. Like, you know, everyone's gonna get good at them anyway, so who cares? Just make everything single buttons. And I'm like, oh, good. Like, oh man, okay. Sorry about that. Let me wet my mouth and stuff over here because this is gonna be a long one here. No, I'm not gonna try to make it too long. Okay, anyways. There is so much subtlety in this topic that everybody is just completely missing. Like, for those people out there who do hate motion inputs, right? It's especially hard because they haven't lived with it for so long. They don't really understand a lot of the subtlety of motion inputs, and it drives me nuts when people talk about motion inputs as like this kind of like, you know, false barrier to difficulty, or that people are just gonna get good, that combos are just memorizing buttons and require no thought at all whatsoever, etc., etc. And I mean, seriously, Orochi Oni, I mean, who says in the chat over here, why do I have to put in some effort to be good at something? I mean, we'll get to that part in just a second. But I mean, the thing about it is, so first, before I even get into a lot of that, there is a lot that is going on with motion inputs, okay? And the reason why there are so many people out there who defend motion inputs, and it drives me nuts when people think it's, oh, you just enjoy things being hard. No. Motion inputs feel really good. Man, when you get to the point where you're not held back by crazy motion inputs anymore, like quarter circle forwards and stuff, it feels better than just hitting a button for a special move. It just feels better, okay? And for a lot of us people who like to have that kind of feel, it's really important to have that. And in fact, I have had so many situations where a move's motion doesn't match the way a move feels, and I can never get it right. For example, Jury charging up her feng shui engine always feels backwards to me because she kicks like this. She kicks with her foot out and up. It is a quarter circle forward in my brain. Same thing with Karin in 5. When she did the up kicks, when she did the Mujin Kak, it was a quarter circle forward kick. But quarter circle forward kick was her command dash, so that became her spin kick. Holy crap, that messed me up. So it's like having the motion inputs feel good and really gel with what the character is doing. Like, as a person, and again, also one of the problems, and again, I come from the arcade where joysticks barely work, but if you have never actually input a DP motion in the arcade with all your might, like you're just sitting here and you're like, oh, shoot, I wasn't expecting him to jump, I need to DP. And you just go bam, like as hard as you can on the cabinet. And because the cabinet is so goddamn heavy, it doesn't go anywhere. And you just go bam, like this, like, and that DP comes out and you hit the guy, like, holy, you have not lived. When someone did it at Texas Showdown, they were just like walking around, they just go bam, like that. And it's just like, holy crap, like it is just like literally the greatest feeling. And there's something about it, like even just doing the motion and having it being a DP and not a quarter circle forward or a quarter circle back. If it was quarter circle forward or it was quarter circle back, it wouldn't feel as good. It just wouldn't. Like the fact that it's a DP is actually what makes it feel really freaking great, right? But obviously we can't cater to that anymore. I understand that. So maybe that phase is gone. James, you're an old man. We don't need that stuff anymore. I mean, there's just so many benefits to it, right? So for example, what are we seeing in 2XKO right now, right? The beautiful thing about a game like Smash Brothers is that it has and has always had one special move button. Every character always has at first 3 special moves, and then at some point 4 special moves, because they really wanted to add more stuff to the character, so they differentiated neutral B and forward B. And there's only those 4, right? When you get into a situation in 2XKO where clearly one button is not going to be able to handle the amount of special moves that a lot of characters have, now there's 2 special move buttons. And like, is that more intuitive than motions? Like, when you have motions, like, seriously, like, even when you go to a game like Virtua Fighter. Like, Virtua Fighter has 3 buttons. It's guard, punch, and kick. And every one of those characters has a crap ton of moves. And guess what? One of the buttons is never used for special moves. You just don't use the guard button by itself for special moves. You just don't, because it doesn't make sense. They don't want you to do that, because anytime you do anything and you hit the guard button and only the guard button, you should be blocking, right? There should never be a move tied with the guard button. It's a terrible idea. So instead what they did is punch are like little weak punch, kicks are usually like kind of like weak kicks, but then punch plus guard is generally like heavy punch, and then kick plus guard is kind of like heavy kick, and then there's punch plus kick, and but like they found a way to make it all work. And what's beautiful about that is there's a lot of efficiency there. So if you guys have never played Radiant Silvergun before, it is a different kind of shmup. It's a shoot 'em up, but you never had to pick up power-ups, right? So there were 7 different weapons in that game, and on the Sega Saturn controller, it was 3 buttons, and the trigger on the top. So you could actually just use one button for every single one of those weapons. And you never had to pick up power-ups, But what they also did in Radiant Silvergun was they made it so that A was one weapon, B was one weapon, C was one weapon, A plus B was a different weapon, B plus C was a different weapon, A plus C was a different weapon, and all 3 was the 7th weapon. And dude, when you learn to play Radiant Silvergun that way, the efficiency is so great. It's so good. Like, it's just like, I never binded buttons in my fighting games, to have like the throw button and stuff like that. It's very necessary for pads, because a lot of times the button combinations are just physically impossible, so you gotta do it for pads. But for joystick players, like, I've never actually ever bound a shortcut button, and the only one that I've ever done in my entire life is the dash button in Guilty Gear Strive, and many would argue that's not even a shortcut button, right? Like, that actually just is an absolute necessary, like 6th button, basically. But I also bound like the freaking Roman cancel, so drift Roman cancels would be easier. But until Drive Impact, I have never bound a single button to anything. And so now I have to do it with Drive Impact, which is one of the reasons why it's so hard for me to counter Drive Impacts, because I've never used a 6th, 7th button in fighting games before. Like, never, right? And so the efficiency that you gain out of that is really, it's good. It's good for fighting games that have that kind of efficiency, to have as few buttons as possible. Because when you're developing a fighting game, if you have to leave room for having special move buttons, you are losing buttons for attack, right? If you decided to create a 6-button game with 2 special move buttons, like, it just starts getting unwieldy. It really does, and that is actually less beginner friendly than having motion inputs, in my opinion. I'll get to that in just a little bit more later on. I mean, even a game like Skullgirls, he tried to add as few buttons as possible, because that's a 6-button game with 2 assist buttons, right? And now all these diagonals had to work and all this stuff like that. But the more buttons you put in, like, it just gets absolutely insane. It's just crazy, right? And so I just think having motions helps that. And then also, like I said, outside of just the fact that they feel good, you know, they allow for better controller. They allow for better controller efficiency. But the other thing that what drives me nuts, and this is the part that actually, like, when you talk to people who hate motion inputs, they have no concept of what's actually happening with motion inputs. Moves are balanced by the input. When everybody talks about how, like, oh, you know what, this motion, like, motions don't even matter at the highest level. Like, why do we even do it? Like, blah, you just replace them with button inputs and it'll be the same game because everybody can do that. No, it is not the same game. Every game has their special moves balanced by the input. And if anybody out there is like, well, that's dumb, they shouldn't be. Yes, they should. This is a big deal for fighting games because honestly, the fact that SPD takes a while to perform is what makes them a little more balanced, right? If Street Fighter 2 existed with a one-button SPD, trust me, like Zangief is the most broken character in the game, right? The fact that you have to input an SPD and then you have to learn how to hide it so that you don't jump, you know, like all these things is really fascinating. But, you know, one of the most, one of the best examples of this is, for example, in Super Turbo, like 15 out of the 16 characters, not counting Akuma, have a, I'm sorry, not that many. Well, Zangief kind of has the lariat, which kind of works. Most characters have a DP in that game. Almost everybody has a wake up invincible special move, right? Now, funny enough, if you actually, oh shoot, Automatic is here. Yes, 360 feels good. David, who in the past used to hate execution, but that was more because of his hand problems, and so he just kind of took it out on that. Like, one time I was watching him play and he parried into 720 with Hugo, and he was like, God, that feels good. And I'm like, why does that feel good? Because I outsmarted the opponent. Okay, so parry into throw would feel just as good, right? No, it's because the 720 feels fucking good to do. That's why. That's why, right? And so here's another example. If you play Super Turbo, where like a bunch of characters have dragon punches, if Ken is walking straight at you, and if Fei Long is walking straight at you, you can poke at Fei Long way more confidently than you can poke at Ken. And why is that? And the only reason why is that is because Fei Long's Dragon Punch is reverse DP. So that means if Ken is walking forward at you, anytime he wants to DP, it's bam, that's it. But if Fei Long, he has to go back reverse DP, oh, it's just one more, no, trust me, it makes a world of difference. And so, yes, your strategy against these characters changes. If you see Ryu walk forward, you're not as worried about a fireball because it's dangerous to try to spaz out a fireball because a DP might come out. Like, people out there who say, well, it shouldn't be like that, game shouldn't be bad. No, like, this is an intentional design. And yeah, what Mage Nicholas is saying in the chat is what I was gonna point out as well. It is scarier to poke block strings at Fei Long than it is for Ken. Because when he's blocking, he can try to DP in between your buttons, but he's moving from back to down back. There's only one vulnerable position in there, and that is straight down. But if you actually try to switch and try to do a forward DP, there is a 0% positions on the joystick that are blocking for you. And so it is way more dangerous, especially in older games where you can't mash out special moves. Like, doing this doesn't work. If you turn the joystick and try to hit a button with Zangief, you don't SPD. Like, I don't know how they register it and then there's like a buffer window where you just can't do it again or something. Mashing doesn't work in old games. Mashing works in a lot of the new games, which has changed a lot of that. But again, like, there is so much, like, there is so much that nuance that goes with motion inputs, and people don't talk about that. The pretzel input. Okay, let's talk about the pretzel input. A lot of people are like, holy crap, this pretzel input is ridiculous. Like, what is the pretzel input? It's down back, down back, I have to do this mirror image here. Down back, half circle back, down forward, and punch. It literally looks like a pretzel, right? But one, they did that on purpose because they didn't want to give geese an anti-air that just destroyed you because it was a super. Like, they don't want you just to be able to react to it. In fact, I've often said if I rebalance Alpha 3 with how broken that a lot of the alpha, the custom combos are, the only thing I would change, besides obviously try to get rid of crouch canceling in a way that works, but the only thing that I would do to it is I would just add quarter circle back or quarter circle forward ×2 before you activate the custom combos. Because right now the custom combos are just one button. You just bing and that's it, right? And that's why it's the best ism in Alpha 3, because you can't jump at anybody anymore because everybody just reacts. It's like you jump, bing, and you die. So I can't use A Geef, I have to use V Geef because I have to custom combo the custom combo. So if this person custom combo anti-air, I have to custom combo in the air, so I gain some invulnerability. If you play A Zangief, you can't beat a lot of the V-ism characters because that's it. You can't jump at anybody. But you know what? You jumping at A-ism characters all the time, they're not level 3ing you out of the air, even though they juggle just fine. And that's just because it requires a quarter circle forward ×2 motion, right? And so again, it's part of the balance. It's part of the balance. And so when people are like, if you take it away and just make it so that single button inputs, it's fine, like it's the same. Like, no, it's not. It is not the same game. You cannot just blatantly replace one for the other and think you have the same game. It is extremely, extremely different on how that works. Like moves are literally, and like one of the funny things is like, interestingly enough, quarter circle backs are easier to do while walking forward. Quarter circle forwards are easier while walking backwards. And I don't know, maybe Automatic or somebody in the chat can remind me of this. Oh yeah, third strike, Ken could standing parry and then counter with a DP because they both share a forward. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hyped. Like, even characters that had alternate inputs for anti-airs, like Beta Kimberly, where she could Tatsu you out of the air, she still can right now, or Guy in Alpha 2, in which his medium hurricane kick was just actually a DP. Can anybody actually name one of those alternate DP moves that was a quarter circle forward? I can't think of one. Like, if I try to think of everything, it's either reverse DP, down, down, forward DP, or quarter circle back. I can't remember a single, like, actual anti-air move that's like quarter circle forward, or a DP-like move that's a quarter circle forward. Okay, Andy Bogart in Fatal Fury 2. Okay, like, back when they just weren't sure what they were doing, right? Like, but that makes sense because he did the little flipping thing. Maybe BB Tag, but BB Tag also had single button special moves, didn't it? I can't even remember now. But again, it's because of what I said, is that DP moves are easier to do, like, while holding forward on the controller than holding back. Oh, so Laura's heavy shoulder move wasn't actually a DP though. Like, it didn't beat things on the ground. Like, if I just stuck moves in her and if I'm poking her on the ground, and she tries to do forward heavy punch, she dies, right? Like that's just it. She can't really do anything like that. But maybe some of the anime games, and of course things change with anime games for sure. But the reason why I point this out is because you don't want to let someone have access to a wonderful defensive get off me special move from back or down back. And there's like, you really can see this thanks to Darkstalkers, especially Vampire Hunter. I've talked about this before, but if you actually look at Vampire Hunter, everybody only had one move that they could guard cancel with. Everybody just had a move that you could guard cancel with, right? So Dimitri was going to be his DP, Morgan was the DP, Victor was his knee, Felicia was the Sand Splash, Recoil was the Sonic Waves in Vampire Savior. And in case you don't know what a guard cancel is as soon as you block, if you finish a special move, you cancel your block into a special move. It was like manually doing an alpha counter. Every character that had quarter circle forward as their guard reversal special move was instantly like really strong because it was so easy to block something from down back and go smack and actually get it out. So most of the time you can only do your guard reversal if you blocked a multi-hitting move, because you block the first one and guard cancel the second one, because absolute guard would prevent you from dying, so you could just kind of mash out in the middle of block strings. But actually guard reversaling a single hit was really hard, except for the characters with fireballs. Like, by the time it was the end, and even I wasn't even good at these games because I was still playing James Chen American style Vampire Hunter, I was guard canceling everything, single hits into Recoil's Sonic Waves and Felicia Sand Splash, because they were both quarter circle forward moves. It was just bap, bap, bap. So you block something, block pow, block pow, block pow, block pow. Like, you would just guard cancel everything. Why? Because you can start at a defensive position. So you're just blocking already. So that same philosophy translates over into a lot of special moves, right? They want you to commit to trying to do these kind of moves by letting go of block, right? If you can just kind of stay here and be defensive, and at any moment someone does something, you just go pow from block. Like, if I had an invincible DP in any video game that was quarter circle forward plus punch, like, I would just sit there and you see Honda headbutt and you just go pow, and you would just DP it every time. Like, it would be trivial because you can start from block and do that. If it was quarter circle back, all of a sudden you're like, wait, that actually sounds really hard now, right? Like, because you got to go, ugh, like, you got to do this motion, and it's not, you can't get it out as much. So again, like, when people are talking about motion inputs, you have to understand that there is so much that goes into these motion inputs. And I loved it because in the original Darkstalkers, they tried everything. There was like 7 bazillion inputs and they were trying out. And so, like, a lot of times I see these modern games that, you know, they just try to limit everything to quarter circle forwards and quarter circle backs and all this stuff. It does make me a little sad because honestly, using those inputs, even as a balance mechanic, I think is really interesting. I miss button mashing moves, right? Now, I get it because we have to be more accessible to players these days, so we have to make it so that, because, like, seriously, there's some people out there that will never, ever be able to get button mashing moves out just because of physical limitations and stuff. And I get that, and, you know, like, that's why, probably one of the reasons why we don't have a lot of button mashing moves again. But again, I miss them. Why? Because you could intentionally make those moves, like, actually kind of stupidly broken in neutral. Because you can't just do it. Like, you can make a button mashing move be broken because it's a different kind of charge attack. No one can walk along and then just do it all of a sudden. They have to whiff something or hide it in a dash or something. And it was just, you could balance moves based off of that. If you're like, oh, just change it to button special input and everything's the same. No, it's not. It's not the same, because if I have access to Honda's 100 hand slap in Super Turbo while I'm walking around, this is a problem. This is a huge problem, right? Yeah, and again, you hate mash inputs, which is why once we got to CVS2 and they created the piano method, I didn't like mash inputs very much either, but when they created the piano method, that was cool. But it still required you to whiff something ahead of time, and it still made it so you couldn't just do it in neutral. And again, that's just kind of a balance thing, right? And I think that's really cool. But see, if you put it behind a stance, now it doesn't combo. Because guess what? If you're doing it in a combo, you can mash ahead of time. But if you put it in a stance, now the thing that puts you in the stance has to have hit stun of the gods to be able to hit them, go into a stance, and come out with the lightning legs. Right? It doesn't work that way. So you can't just switch inputs around and just be like, it's gonna work. Like, this is the thing. It is such a subtle and detailed thing, and it drives me nuts when I hear people arguing about it, like, oh, this is this and this is that, you know, like, oh, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. Because here's the other half of the thing. If you decide to make your game have single button inputs, then am I saying the game is bad? No, because now you can balance for that, right? If you know you are gonna make your game a single button special move game, you can balance for that. You can change things. You could, like, I know in Pocket Rumble, I think it was, long time ago, Pocket Rumble, one of the earlier indie fighting games out there, they just put an automatic extra few startup frames to anti-airs so that you still had to be able to anticipate them. And if you didn't anticipate them fast enough and you did the DP here, they would land and block in time. So, you know, you can balance around that. And so I'm sitting here praising and telling you all, like, that motion inputs are wonderful and everything, and I prefer it, and it's way more fun, but I'm not gonna tell you that every game should have them, because you know what? Variety is better. Like, I like it when people can go, I can't play this game. Oh, I can play this game. You know, like, that's great. That's great. So, like, yes, you can have single input special move games and you can balance for them, right? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the fighting game there, it's single button inputs. That game is like complicated AF, right? 2XKO had single button special moves. Honestly, it was one of the hardest, like, fighting games I've ever played, like, in terms of technical, like, from the execution side of things. That game was really confusing to me, and it was really, really complicated, you know? You can balance around all these things. So, you know, I think it's fine. And even, you know, for games that weren't necessarily designed for it, like Street Fighter 6, and when they add modern mode, their attempt to balance for it was to make it so that the raw version of the special move just did less damage, right? And so, yeah, if you do put in that kind of thing, I still am not sure why they took that, the disadvantage away from instant button special moves in Grand Blue, because I thought Grand Blue had one of the most genius ways to handle it. I'm really kind of sad they changed that, if anything, just because I liked the concept and I liked using it as an example, and now I can't use it as an example anymore. Oh, man. Yeah, not every game needs to be for me, as Petty says in the chat. Yes, exactly, right? Yeah, I really liked it. I don't know why they changed it. Like, it made no sense to me. And like I said, now I'm sad because I can't go and look at Grand Blue. They were so smart because they were just like, screw this. And I was like, dang. But, I mean, even DNF has some of that in there, right? Because, like, I think, like, No, actually, I think we studied it, and it turned out like the single button special moves in DNF didn't have a longer cooldown window or something like that. I can't remember now. It's been so long since I played DNF. But again, you can make games with single button inputs, and you just have to understand how to balance around it. And that can also be an issue. So, for example, in Rising Thunder, right? The precursor to 2XKO. Rising Thunder was the robot mech game, fighting game that group was developing when they got bought by Riot to make 2XKO. Well, they had a special move button then, and I think they had 2 special move buttons, I can't remember now, but they had a super combo button. And that, like, originally, you know, because this was one of their first times experimenting with single button inputs like that, in my opinion, was too broken. Because there was one character in that game that was very similar to Balrog, right? Like rush punchy kind of thing. And, you know, one of his best moves was the EX version of like a dash punch, so they could like go from full screen and actually get into you really easily, right? Well, even me with my shitty reactions, anytime he was across the screen and turned yellow, I just hit the super button if I had it. There was literally nothing, like all of his other EX moves, I think, still got him killed. So if I ever saw him flash yellow, I just hit the button. And that's a problem. That is actually a problem. So you have to balance around the idea that you have single button moves. Supers can't be super powerful and invincible like that, because then you'll just end up supering everything, you know? Yeah, I mean, SF6 Modern does drop off hard once you hit Platinum, but that's only because, like, that's not as much of they're weaker. That's just more that a lot of the people who stick around and continue to play are snobs. Look at the difference between America and Japan. Like, Japan doesn't even flinch at modern controls. They support it, and guess what? In Japan, they're getting a lot of new players playing the game. All you hear in the US all day is, modern inputs are stupid, they're cheap, they're broken, blah, blah, blah. They never try to think about counterplay. And so, like, people literally get shamed into not using modern controls in the US. It's so stupid. What is wrong with you guys? Oh my God, like it drives me nuts. And so yeah, a lot of people in Japan are getting to master with modern controls. And you know what? It might not be an advantage. I mean, we still haven't seen modern controls start dominating anything, even from Japan. So there's no reason to ban it. It's not broken. Clearly, it's not broken, because you think if $1 million is on the line and, like, you know, top player really needs that $1 million, that they're going to be like, you know what? People are going to think badly of me if I use modern controls, even though it has a huge advantage. Dude, bro, like, come on, right? Like, so clearly it's not like super, super broken, right? Obviously, like I said, they balanced it by trying to do less damage, etc., etc. But it's, I just hate it when people, like, again, everything that people talk about this topic, it's just black and white. It's just black and white, and it's so frustrating. So again, if you can design a fighting game so that the single button inputs work and you balance around that, like I was giving that Rising Thunder example, you can do that, and that's very, very important. It does kind of hurt things because you have to figure out how to make things work, right? Because, for example, like, how do you make an SPD work? So you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna make it so that this 720, I can walk up and I can 720 you and drain like 60% of your life, and you're like, well, that's broken, so I'll make it so that I'll add 6 startup frames to it, right? So you walk up and he goes, oh, and then he grabs you, right? So that way, similarly to walk up SPD, you give people a chance to react and jump away when someone walks close up. Now what do you do on wake up? Like, what if you wanted the 720 to work on wake up to beat meaty attacks? Now you have 6 frames of startup, right? And like, that's kind of messed up. okay, then we'll make those 6 frames of startup invincible. So if they do the meaty, you wake up with the 6 frames of invincible, and then you get to grab them. Well, now it's even stronger in neutral, because I'll just walk up to you and hit it, and even if you kick me on my first frame, it's just gonna go through me, and I'm gonna grab you anyway. So like, it's really hard to balance a lot of this stuff, right? And so you just have to really think about it, figure out a way to make it work. And like Firik says in the chat, a lot of times, and like Mage Nicholas is saying, so for example, like in MK11, every special move, if you performed as a reversal when you got up, just gained invincible frames. And that's a genius way to do it. Like me personally, like I would hate it if this move was just invincible if done as a reversal, but not elsewhere. Like I'm already, like a lot of Street Fighter 6 balance is like, this move just has a bigger hitbox if you do it and the enemy is already in a combo, to make DP into super not drop as much. Like, I get why they do that. I hate it, but I'll accept it, honestly. I really hate that, because in the end, like, there has to be a limit to that, because if you don't limit it, it's just gonna get to the point where, well, this move does exactly what you need it to do when used in this situation. Or when are we gonna get to the point where, well, when Zangief fights Ryu, he gets a fireball. Or only when he fights projectile characters, he gets a green hand. Like, it's just, like, I'm worried about that stuff. I'm the kind of person who, my OCD and my ADHD wants it so that moves always act a certain way, and finding cool ways to make them work and trying to learn how to ways to make them consistent is fascinating for me. And when the game actually goes above and beyond to make it work for me, I get kind of sad. But if it's a system mechanic like MK11, where they just make it so all special moves on wake up have invincibility, and like that's not helpful in some situations, like some special moves, it's just really not helpful. But like if you make it a system, I think that's kind of cool. Like I'm down with that. I'm down with that, right? So, right, you've had Ryu heavy donkey kick into level 3 just whiff. That's annoying. So it is nice when they add the ability for you to, make that hit more consistently. It's a little harder for me. Like I said, it's still just kind of like, or like, if you cancel from this, it just starts up faster. Like Kimberly's level 2 super has startup frames. If you cancel into it from an OD special move, it removes the startup frames. And I'm like, I don't really like that. I don't really like that, but for me, it was interesting trying to find the combos, making it work, because I was a combo video maker, all that stuff, and like to have things just work because they want it to, kind of like, is hard. It's hard. So anyways, I'm not really deviating off a topic. The whole point is that this conversation is far more nuanced and far more subtle and far more detailed than everybody thinks it is online. Like, you just see people just like, oh, button input's bad, motion input's bad. And a lot of people get mad at charged inputs as well, because they're just like, this is dumb, I don't know how to do it. But again, what makes it cool is because the nature of that move being difficult to use on offense is a balance mechanic. It's literally a balance mechanic. And also helps different archetypes. Having charge moves creates, and as I've said on stream many times, the fortress archetype of a character doesn't exist in fighting games anymore, but charge characters oftentimes would fall into those archetypes, because down back being able to charge for say like a sonic boom or a flash kick was really powerful for that. And it was really cool, the idea that down back could charge for either one, so that if you saw someone walking backwards to charge for a sonic boom, you knew they couldn't flash kick, so that let you jump. But then the Guile player would realize that, so they would walk backwards, expect you to jump, and they would have an air-to-air ready for you. Again, it adds so much to these games. Mike Ross, one of his most famous tricks in Street Fighter 4, I don't even know if he's ever talked about it publicly, but like one of his favorite tricks was Honda, because there is a window to pressing the button to special move. So if you're Honda and you tap forward, you don't have to hit the punch button right away. You can wait a couple of frames and then hit the button to special move for the leeway factor. So it's not, you don't have to be perfect every single time. Well, a lot of people would react to Honda's headbutt, or when he was charged, they would be like, oh, well, I'm not gonna walk up at him because he's charged and I'm scared. So a lot of times Mike Ross would charge down back, he'd hit forward and then delay the punch just long enough that Honda starts walking forward. And opponents, they don't even realize that they're reacting to the walk forward, that, oh, it's safer to walk up to him now. It just happens. It becomes very natural to people that they just see Honda walk forward and like, oh, I can approach him now. So he would do that and then hit the button late, so they would see him walk forward and like, oh, I can do something now. And then a headbutt comes from nowhere and hits them. He hit a lot of people with that. He hit a lot of people with that. And again, that's the kind of thing that motion inputs adds. It adds so much to the game. Everything that people, and I'm totally going off topic here and I'm just doing the soapbox thing, everything that people think are cheap and people are taking away is reducing all fighting games, like taking away chip damage and chip death. I still hate it. And I know a lot of people out there like, it sucks, like I hate it because I can't do anything about it, I just die. You know, don't get drained to no health. It's your fault. Like, what if the move that put you to no health actually just did one more damage and it killed you, right? Like, you wouldn't have even thought about it, right? The meaty fireball being cheap. You wouldn't have even thought about it if the move that knocked you down and put you on the ground at 0 health killed you because it did one more damage. You'd be like, oh. But now, all of a sudden, you're like, oh my god, I blocked this fireball and wake up and I died and I couldn't do anything. That's cheap. No, it's not cheap. And what we've lost from that is we've lost another win condition. And that's why all these Street Fighter games have to be Oki Madness, right? You have to be Oki Madness because that's the mix-up. Whereas in old games, it's like I knock you down and you know what I do? I walk backwards and I throw a meaty fireball and I keep throwing fireballs. Hey, different archetype of character. I have different win conditions. It just creates variety, man. And so like, you know, people saying that they want to get rid of motion inputs are just like, they're not taking into account a lot of these things, but on the same time, the people, you know, defending motion inputs, they don't talk about this. They're always like, it's more fun, man. And it's like, dude, there's a lot more to it than just it's more fun. And here's a funny thing, going back to the Geese Super, because I saw Pro Wrestling's reel say, Raging Storm used to be hype to land. These days it's just becoming double quarter circle 4x2 or pendium like every other character. Exactly. When you saw someone do it, it was hype, right? It's cool. It's really exciting. And not only that, but there are ways to make that input easier. Like, literally a lot of people out there, instead of trying to go, oh, they jumped, time to do the pretzel super, down back, half quarter back, down forward. You know what a lot of people did? They did half circle back × 2, down forward plus punch. And the leniency of inputs gave you a lot of very interesting things too. Ivy and Soul Calibur, a lot of times they're like, I don't know what those inputs, so they just did 720. And that worked, right? 720 just worked. And so, yeah, like with the Geese thing, if you do half circle back × 2 and then down forward and plus punch, yeah, sure, you're adding 4 extra inputs right at the start because all you need is the down back. But if you go half circle back, you pass through that, you get that input in there, and then you do the other half circle back and you do down forward. And trust me, it feels easier to do. And so, like, if you think someone's gonna jump at you, you can actually buffer 2 half circle backs. You go half circle back, half circle back, half circle back, half circle back. And then if they jump, half circle back, half circle, oh shoot, they jump, down forward plus punch, there comes the super. Like, there are techniques to do all these things, right? Like, yeah, Tiger Knee Axle Bombers. Yeah, I do them with little DPs as well. I do them with tiny little 360s as well. Sometimes full 360s. Again, like, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of this is, there's reach out to the longtime players like me Like, there's a lot of people out there that like, I can't do these things. These motions are too hard. Dude, trust me, we went through that forever. Like, I always give the example that Bison in the original Street Fighter 2, the Psycho Crusher was just this ridiculous move that if you got hit by it, you lost like 50% of your life. Like, it just killed you. You know what the Psycho Crusher did in the real Street Fighter 2? Bison would walk up and then just go. He would pose with his hand blue, and then he would charge. He gave you like 10 hours to get ready for him to Psycho Crusher to you. And back in the day, I was terrified to DP that move because I was so scared to let go of block and go to forward and try to time a DP to hit that Psycho Crusher in the game that also had like 5 times slower speed. So it was like, and you know, like, dude, like nowadays you're just like, pow, you know, like that. But like back then I was scared to DP because I was just so scared to let go of down, back, and back, because if I got hit, I lost 50% of my life and it was terrifying. Yes, I know what it was like when DPs were very hard to do. The first time I ever DP'd the Psycho Crusher, I ran around the whole arcade bragging to all my friends about it. I was like, I DP'd the Psycho Crusher! I DP'd the Psycho Crusher! You know, like, like, it's just one of those things. Like, I know how hard it is, but also throughout the years, I have learned how to do DPs better. One of the worst things about teaching DPs is that people try to do the stupid little zigzag Z motion. If you're trying to learn fighting games and you're still trying to do dragon punches as little tiny Z motions like it looks like in the game, you're doing it wrong. And it's unfortunate that that's how we've all been taught to do it, but that's the only way that you can make it look in the game. The right way to do a DP is literally like, you want to press forward, let the controller return to neutral, and you do half of a fireball. What most people end up doing is forward into a tiny circle. If you're actually doing forward, down, down, forward to do your DPs, that's harder to do than forward, neutral, down, down, forward. Most people have gotten good at doing DPs by doing tiny little circles like that. And unfortunately, nothing out there teaches you that. And so, like, it's hard. And I seriously want to do something that teaches that, honestly, because it makes DPs a lot easier. And then if you play Street Fighter 6, I mean, now it's just like stupidly trivial because forward, down, forward into punch is a DP. So if you're walking forward, you can just go, and that's it, and the DP comes out. If you're crouching and you want a DP, down, forward works. So you just go, and DP comes out. Holy crap, it's so easy, right? So, you know, a lot of people, when they see people doing motion inputs and they can't do motion inputs, the assumption that a lot of people come to, the conclusion that they come to is, I'm not built for this. I don't have the dexterity in my hands. I can't do what they do. The thing about it is a lot of the people who do what they do with motion inputs know all of these weird shortcuts. Another one that I always give for DP is that learn to do DP from neutral. Start at neutral. Every time I do a DP combo, it's always stand fierce neutral into jab DP or whatever like that. I don't know what it is, but starting from neutral when you do a DP really, honestly, makes it a lot easier to DP for some reason. I don't know why. It's just something in the brain. It just works a little better. Granted, in the old days, we had to do that because if we held forward, we would throw them by accident, which was really annoying when you wanted to do combos. But in a lot of situations, it still feels better that way. Even when I want to anti-air a lot of times, even like when I'm walking forward, it's just better to let go and then just pump the DP for some reason. In modern games, it's not as much so, but like, it's weird. But learning how to always DP from neutral as a start, except for the rare situations where you are walking forward, you want to DP as fast as possible. I don't know what it is. It's just like, it just makes it easier to do. It's really strange. So, Groundhog Friendship, who was telling you to do the Z motion? Who was telling you to do the Z motion? Now, again, some people may find the Z motion easier, but no, the defense is wrong. Like, no, like the circle method is how almost every pro fighting game player did DPs back in the day. Nobody tried to do Z motions, man. Nobody tried to do that. I don't know how to do negative edge. Thank you, JP Berry. Thank you. Dude, I just watched it again on my phone because I needed something in the background. Again, still one of the greatest movies. And if you've never seen My Cousin Vinny, like, if you think you know Marissa Tomei and if you think she is adorable, like and you haven't seen My Cousin Vinny, holy crap, you have made a mistake. She's so adorable in that movie. Holy crap. But, I mean, I don't understand Seru X. Like, what were they trying to teach you with negative edge? Like, negative edge is not even that complicated of a topic. I'm really kind of confused about that, honestly. Imagine you have a knife. The attack is when you pull the knife out of their chest, not when you stab it in. So all negative edge is if you let go of a button, it's the same as pressing a button for special moves. That's it. That's all negative edge is. I don't know what there is to teach. Like, I think your friend was teaching you wrong. You know, I feel like they were teaching you wrong. And there's really not a lot of reasons to intentionally use negative edge except for trying to do reversals. The reason why they added into all the old games was because people tended to hit the button too early. So if they tapped it and they triggered it on release, that means if you pressed it early, it would still trigger the special move, except you would whiff the normal and the normal would come out and then you couldn't do the special move. Oh, so they made it so that the first like 4 frames or something of every normal move could be canceled on whiff when they started up. And thus we got buffering special moves and carrot cancels. It was one of the greatest things that ever happened to fighting games was the accidental buffering mechanic. Oh yeah. SNK has the hold button trick too. I like that. I like that system as well. Blaze Blue, the original Blaze Blue had it. I don't know if it's lived throughout the whole entire things, but yeah, same thing. If you held the button, it would repeat the button for a few frames. Again, there's lots of ways to change things, but again, if you don't like motion inputs, it's almost because nobody out there has taught you how to do the input properly. And especially for people who pick up joysticks because they hear or they remember this is how they played it or they hear that the joystick is right, most people don't use joysticks properly. Like, it's really interesting. A lot of people have picked up sticks and they're like, I can't use this thing. And it's because they don't use the spring in the joystick. And the spring in the joystick that centers your stick does like 70% of the work of doing special moves most of the time. Like when I try to do a fireball motion, I'm not hitting the joystick and riding it along the edge. I just press down and then I let the spring bring it back to neutral while I just rotate my hand to turn the stick sideways. I don't do any work to bring it from down back to the middle layer, you know, or to neutral height. I just let the spring and the joystick do that. There is no physical upward motion in my hand whatsoever. It's just down, whoop, that's it. That's all you do, right? So a lot of people don't realize that because when you play an analog stick on the controller, you just ride the edges of everything. So if you've done fireballs with an analog stick on the controller, you ride the edges. That's what you're supposed to do. On a joystick, that's not what you're supposed to do, especially since most joysticks these days have square gates. Now it's even harder. So, you know, it's interesting. There's so much technique to all the different controllers and stuff like that out there, even the hitbox. And if you're having trouble with one of them and doing motion inputs, somebody out there is gonna know how to make it better for you. Trust me, somebody out there is gonna know how to make it so that it works for you and is easier to do. Utilize the knowledge out there. And anybody who's like, oh, I learned myself, why do we have to baby all these players? Fuck those guys, dude. Like, seriously. Like, when you try to teach someone tennis, do you go, jump on the court, learn to swing the tennis racket. You must learn everything yourself because that's how I did it. No, you send your kids to the tennis coach and they know how to teach people. We exist and done all this stuff, we can teach you, and we should be teaching you. So yeah, don't worry about asking people for help, especially not me. Come to my stream and ask for help. I will help you. I swear to God, I can turn anybody into a person who can use motion inputs easily. Because again, when I was learning execution, when I got better at execution, almost none of it was because I have some natural innate talent for it. It was all scientific. I was just like, okay, oh, that's right, I have to cancel here. So I understand the rhythm has to be, so no matter what, the button timing has to be here. I have to be faster with doing this motion. And I just learned, and I practiced, and I practiced, and I practiced, and I practiced, and I practiced. And now I can do things like stand strong in the supers because I practiced the hell out of it, right? So it just happens that way. It's not that hard. Motion inputs are not that hard. Trust me, they're not that hard. The hardest one might be the charge inputs because conceptually they're difficult, but if you ever, like I said, like I tell people, if you just ever pretend there's a rubber band on your joystick that snaps it to down back, that's basically how you play charge characters. If there is no time, and if there is a time where you don't want to be walking forward, or you don't want to be jumping, or you don't have to move the joystick, snap it back to down back. And then you build an internal rhythm in your head. And there are times where you'll see people like charging the flash kick, and they're like, the guy jumps at them and they're like, I think I can do it. I think I can do it, you know? And it's like those movies where you're like, no, let go now. You're running out of time. I can do it. I can do it. No, you're running out of time. And they go, hey, and then in the last second they flash kick, and something innate in them just told them this is the time that it finished charging, and they get it, and they squeezed out that charge. Dude, that feels good. Like when you do that, it just feels really freaking good, right? And so again, charge characters are like, it's not just to be hard. Like, you can make these charge special moves so strong that you can't do them while walking forward, etc., etc. I'm talking in circles again, but it's just so nuanced. It's so nuanced, and I wish when people talked about it on the internet, like, I don't know why I wish this, because it's the internet, but like, there's just so much more to the conversation than what people are showing online, and it drives me mad, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. It grinds my gears, man. So there's so much subtlety in a lot of things that happen in fighting games, and the fear is that for a lot of the old school players, which is why we get scared and they start sounding like, you know, boomers, like, you're taking away everything, is because even a lot of the old school players couldn't explain a lot of the things that I'm talking about. They're not thinking about it. They just know that when they play it, it feels this way, it feels that way. Because again, fighting games catered to heart players originally. So a lot of these heart players can't explain shit, right? They just not. A lot of the old school fighting game players who are really good at fighting games are really bad at teaching fighting games, you know, because they can't see past, you know, the things that they just learn instinctively, you know? The charge example is like, one of the things I like to give the example of is Mario Kart DS. Like sometimes I would try to get the spark so that when you hit the other direction, the spark would, because remember, in modern Mario Karts, you just have to skid turn long enough and you eventually get the spark. But in the old ones, it was like charge, tap, let go. And I don't know what it was, but like the more you played it, even though it was different lengths of time, you just felt like, no, I have to hold this one longer. I don't know why, but I have to hold it longer. And then there's this weird innate thing that you just learn. And that's kind of how charge moves work as well. You just learn that timing, and eventually you don't even have to run a clock in your head. You can feel it in your heart that you've charged long enough to do something. Humans are crazy. And the more we take away these kind of subtle things, the more we get fighting games that are a lot more homogenized, you know? And so, you know, I've been one of those people who have like bring back proximity normals, bring back chip kills, bring back invincible DPs and all this stuff. And I get that times change. And one of the hardest parts of my job and passion is learning how to balance between like, oh, it was so much better back then, and you know what? Like, yeah, this is actually better that we do it this way now. Like, it's a weird balance, and I have to do that. I have to do that. So, people hate proximity normals because they think that they get the wrong one out a lot of the time, and it's really annoying, when the real answer is that Street Fighter 4 implemented it very badly. Very badly. Because a lot of people pick up KOF and they don't even remember that it has proximity normals. Like, people who hate proximity normals, if they picked up KOF, they probably wouldn't even think of it. They probably didn't even notice. You know, like, nobody complains about it because if you do it right, it's right. It just works, you know? But yeah, Street Fighter 4 proximity was bad because it was a universal distance. When it first came out, they just said, this is close up, this is far away, and applied it to every character. And so it kind of messed up because like some of the moves didn't have any range. So you would just do it at a range where it missed. Now that happened in a lot of older games too, but like, whatever, like we just put up with everything back in the day. But you know, it's Street Fighter 4 kind of messed that up. They tried to balance it by changing a lot of things, but you just have to design a move properly so that you get the right thing a lot of the times, honestly. So, right, KOF and Fatal Fury, it feels really natural because they think about every individual button and they probably give them unique distances and stuff like that. And that just makes it a lot better. You know, obviously a lot of old games have that problem, but again, like, we didn't know how to make fighting games back then. Even though we've made some of the best fighting games in the world because we didn't know how to make fighting games back then. We didn't know how to make them, so we understand a lot of stuff is you know, we understand a lot more, and so adding better precision to people is a better thing overall, right? So the reason why I like proximity normals, if people don't know why, like what's the point, is because moves that are up close have to have a different property than moves that are far away. Like, if you have a super slow close-up move, that button's useless. Like, you're not gonna design Street Fighter 2 and go, let's put in proximity normals to make the game more complicated and harder. No, they were like, this move is useless at this range. And like only uses here, and they're like, that sucks, because then when you're right next to somebody, you essentially lose a bunch of your buttons, and that sucks. So we'll make it so that up close you have a lot of moves that attack fast and recover fast and are powerful moves, because you need better powerful moves up close than when you're far away. So in modern games, when you take that away, now you have buttons that are just designated just basically to be far away, and now you have to make moves that work better up close, but now you have less buttons in all these situations, right? Because some of the buttons are not, so they're like, well, you know what? In Street Fighter 5, boxer standing heavy kick, we'll make that the plus on block move because we'll deem that as one of the close-up buttons. And it became one of the best normal moves in neutral ever, right? Same thing happens in Alpha 3 when you let Viazim pick back and button to do the close-up move. Now Sakura has this back heavy punch, which is like, she should not have access to a neutral, and then Ryu and Ken have this axe kick that they shouldn't have access to a neutral. Like, the proximity normals gives you a much larger scale of normals to use in neutral and a much larger scale of moves to use up close, so that you just have better variety, and you can say, like, the problem is now when you design a character in a game without proximity normals, everybody's gotta have the standing medium kick. Everybody has the same standing medium kick. Everybody has the same crouching medium kick, because you can't afford to use the buttons for some weird crap, right? Like, you can't take the properties that make a good move and split it into two different buttons because that button needs to be saved for a close-up button, right? Like, it has to act like a close-up button. And so you just lose access to a lot of these things, which, in my opinion, makes it so that the games are less interesting. So again, all these things that people are complaining about and just crying about all the time, like it hurts the game. You have to think about these things on what it does to the games. And again, I am going way off topic here, but again, like, these topics that everybody are talking about, especially because someone like me is not talking about it on Twitter and stuff like that, the arguments aren't even right. They're not even justified to make. Like, they're just not taking into account so much information that they are just deciding to ignore because it's motion bad, single button bad, right? Like, there's so much to discuss about it, and it drives me nuts that so many people don't understand and won't take the time to think about why this stuff matters, right? And yes, so the last thing I'll say on this is what someone said earlier, like, oh no, you have to practice something to get good. And again, that to me is exciting. I don't know why people want to feel like you should just be able to do everything easily, right? Like, basketball is so much more interesting if someone's open for a three and they shoot it and they can still miss. It's so much more interesting that way. Otherwise, like, if it was supposed to be that easy, why not just let you program a combo and have a combo button so that whenever I hit crouching medium kick, I hit that and it's like, whee, Magneto does the whole launch fly hyper grab combo all in a row. If you really are that invested in, I hate execution, video games should be all about the mind game, then just give me a freaking combo button, and every time I hit you, it decides based on the number of resources you have what the optimal thing to do is. No, that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh, Ruku, you have no idea about Street Fighter Cross Tekken. It was worse before it actually got revealed to the public. Again, like, well, yeah, Street Fighter 6 literally has auto combos that also confirm for you that, like, Guile won't flash kick if they're blocking. You know, like, this stuff exists, but at least they kind of, like, tied it to just these short combos, right? Clearly there's better combos, and that's what makes it weaker. In Street Fighter Cross Tekken, you could literally program your own combos. Now, it costs you meter to do that, but again, if you're that invested in all that, go play goddamn chess. Go play goddamn Magic the Gathering, right? The unique thing about fighting games is that it values execution as much as it values the mind games. And there's almost nothing out there in terms of competitive gaming that reaches that beautiful balance as well as fighting games. Even FPSs, like, I feel like are more execution than strategy, right? Like, MOBAs, I feel like are more strategy than execution. There's elements in both of them, especially like when you get to like StarCraft and actions per minute and stuff. But fighting games, I just feel like are just so perfect, right? Just like execution and mind games. And that way, if someone is ridiculous at execution but kind of sucks at the mind games, they can still win. And if somebody is ridiculous at the mind games but kind of sucks at the execution, they can still win, right? And that's what's cool. But if you can find the guy who's good at both, and that's very rare. There are not a lot of players out there that I could say are like Marlon Pie execution and Daigo mind games. Like, I can't name you a single person that has like that whole scope. It's just kind of how human nature works, right? Like, that just doesn't exist. And so, like, having it so that there's execution and mind games, and you could do a section of either of those and still be able to win, is a good thing. different kinds of players can find success in their own way. Again, I will always say this, that Street Fighter 4 is the best game at doing this. Even though it's not my favorite Street Fighter series, it is still by far the best at that, because you had characters like Dudley and Sakura who are just the most ridiculous execution characters again, and if you didn't have that execution, you couldn't use them. But if you hated execution, Bison existed, man. Bison was there, you know, like if you like zoning, you had zoners, you had rushdown, it was really, really good at that, and I feel like a lot of fighting games are missing that, honestly. Any case, like I said, this has gone far too long already. I've got some other topics to get to. So all I'm saying is that motion inputs and the discussion of whether or not you should have them or take them away or everything, it's not so simple that you could just take it away, put something else in, and the game will play the same, because at the highest level, everybody can do everything perfectly anyway. No, there's a lot of factors that you're not taking into account of. If Fei Long is running at you, and you see a Fei Long run at you and instantly flame kick when you poked a button, you have to understand that that was way harder to do and more impressive than when Ken did it. Like, there is a nuance there. And we should be excited when somebody is able to do that. If I see a Fei Long walk up and dragon kick instantly at a moment's notice, I will get hype, because I know that's not as easy as Ken just walking up and DP. Like, every Ken just walks up and DPs, right? Like, you have to understand the difference. There's so much going on with inputs and which input you choose. You can't just change this special move to this input and this special move to this input, and it's the same, because it doesn't matter which input it is. No, the input literally determines what you can do, right? Like, literally determines what you can do. For example, if you want a tiger knee, a spin kick move, you have to learn to do spin kick up forward and button. But if you want a tiger knee, a quarter circle forward move, you just tiger knee up forward. Way easier than a quarter circle back move, right? There's just so much going on. So if you can see someone consistently tiger knee a quarter circle back move, like, for example, like Nanase in Uni, if you can see that she can control the direction that she jumps and still tiger knee the fireball, that takes skill. And we should be excited for that. We should reward that. We should appreciate that skill. It's okay that fighting games are hard to do, and what's most importantly, it's okay if you can't do it right now. But if you stick with it and don't force yourself to think that you have to learn all this stuff on day one, you'll get there. And that's cool, because on the day that you finally get to the point where you master it, you'll think back, wow, I found this hard a long time ago? That's wild. Like, I can't even drop this anymore. And that is just such a wonderful, wonderful feeling of growth. Like, it's just so cool. So seriously, like, I know I'm old and I love motions, but it is definitely hard for other people. But hit me up, man. I can teach you motions. And don't argue for their removal because you think that they're just an artificial barrier for difficulty. There's so much subtlety that goes into motions, and it makes fighting games better. It doesn't make them better than games that don't have them, because like I said, don't use this as an opportunity to shit on single button special move games, because Melee exists and is one of the highest execution heavy games in the history of fighting games. So yeah, like, as long as you balance for it, you can make it work. But it's just not black and white. It's just not black and white. In any case, I went too long on that topic, but that's me. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, though. I hope it really opens your eyes on how to look at things a little, how look at motion inputs a little bit differently and such. So, and if you do enjoy that, I mean, again, please subscribe to my Twitch, follow me on YouTube, all these things like that. Hang out with me and let everybody else know, tweet out my content and stuff like that. Let everybody know how much you enjoy watching my stuff. I would appreciate that so much. This year, I am working very hard on trying to up my content game, and if I start seeing people, you know, like tweeting it and talking about it and being like, hey, this is really appreciative, trust me, that powers me up a lot, okay? Because it's not that I need somebody to compliment me all the time. It's just that I spend my entire life insulting myself and telling myself how much I'm a failure, that when people actually say that they enjoy my content, it actually makes me feel like a normal human being. So I would appreciate it. So thank you guys very, very much. But otherwise, like, subscribe, follow, do all that stuff here on YouTube. And the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
All right, we've got some other topics to talk about here, so let's get to those as well. Thank you, Groundhog Friendship. I mean, that's what I try to do. I mean, the reason why, you know, I have imposter syndrome, I'm self-loathing and stuff, but like, that's why I feel like I am one of the better commentators, honestly, because like I just feel like I can talk about these things, and I think about what people are thinking a lot. A lot of people who commentate are always just like, I commentate, I want to give this information, I want to give this information. I just have that ability that when I say stuff, I have this weird, it's the empath nature of me, that when I say stuff on fighting games, I think about it, what people are thinking at home when I say things, and a lot of times I can catch myself or even maybe cater to what I say differently, like it's coming out of my head in one way, and by the time it reaches my mouth, I say something very differently. Because I know, like, oh, that's not gonna be right. So a lot of times I'll say stuff on commentary, like blah, blah, blah. Basically, in other words, like, you gotta do this. Like, when it comes out of my mouth and I hear it and I'm like, that doesn't explain it at all. You know, like, I know how to, like, actually, like, change it, basically. Apple juice. Okay, so let's talk about, this one's gonna be very short here. And I know the Texas Showdown one is going to be very short because I'm going to be intentionally trying to do something there. So, okay, let's talk about this Fatal Fury thing. Again, I don't have too much to say about this, honestly. So, all famous last words. Let's see what happens here. Let's do this. Hello, everybody. How's everybody going out there? My name is James Chen, and we are going to be talking about some crazy news about Fatal Fury. We thought the Ronaldo thing was wild enough, but apparently they're adding another character in there based on a real human being, and this is a DJ named Salvatore Ganacci. And this is, like, what? Like, this came from nowhere. Like, Ronaldo, you're like, okay. He has the most followers on Instagram on the planet, so yeah, but like, what? Like, most people haven't actually even heard of this guy. Who is he? What? And apparently he's a very famous DJ, so apparently if you are in the EDM scene and such, you know about him. Like, apparently he's really, really famous within that scene, but he just hasn't broken into mainstream like a Deadmau5 or a like DJ Tiesto and stuff like that. So, yeah, so apparently, as Furyk says on YouTube, he says, apparently he's the DJ in charge of the whole 11 DJ collab thing that they are doing, etc., etc. But there's a lot to unpack here because this news about Salvatore Ganacci has just created a lot of different reactions, although I will say most of it is negative. Because I think when Ronaldo came out, a lot of people were like, okay, I see what they're trying to do. I see that they're trying to get the appeal. They're trying to get eyes on Fatal Fury. I don't like this. He's a famous character. And, you know, obviously, you know, SNK is majority owned, like 96, 97% owned by, you know, the Saudi prince. And, you know, all right, okay, and oh yeah, and he also runs the team that Ronaldo was on, so like, okay, it makes sense, put Ronaldo in there. A lot of people didn't like this and stuff, but they were like, all right, I'll let it slide because one, you know, oh, Ronaldo's cool, I like Ronaldo too, or like, okay, if this gets more eyes onto Fatal Fury and more people play it and gets better sales, that's good for SNK. But unfortunately, like a lot of those arguments don't apply to Salvatore Ganacci, and a lot of people are pointing out that I think he is one of the Saudi prince's like favorite DJs or something like that, and so like this really does feel more just like as someone described it like like the version of Ed Boon putting in all these 80s action stars into Mortal Kombat that like half the kids don't even know. Like you're putting all these people in here. You're not trying to put in like Vin Diesel from the Fast and the Furious or something like that. Like you're putting in Rambo. You put in Rambo? It's like what? Conan the Barbarian? Who the hell even knows who Conan the Barbarian is? Like, you're like, oh, Mortal Kombat's putting in Conan the Barbarian. I bet a lot of people these days would more likely be like, they're putting the talk show host in here? Icon Fatality, the talk show host? Dude, like, what the hell is Ed Boon doing? And so now it's starting to kind of feel that way a little bit. Like, what the heck is this Salvatore Ganacci, right? Like Ganacci, like who is this guy? And so like if you actually watch the trailer, so let's actually watch the trailer here. It's definitely kind of fascinating and will kind of paint your take on this a little bit more because let's take a look at this, okay? Let's actually take a look at this.
Here's a ticket to my show tonight. I hope you can make it.
You ready? Here we go! Here we go! Get up! Animato! That's it! Pizza King! And scratch hard! Banger! Sounds like victory! How's that for a hit? Feel that? That's sweet music. Listen up! Get down! To my groove! Come in! Love is all you need.
Like, is that actually gonna be like a DJ button rhythm
Fatal
super or
Fury.
something?
City of the Wolves.
Right, and what Furyk says in the chat is pretty much kind of where I'm at this point too. It's like, clearly he's a joke character. Right? Like, clearly he's a joke character, so it's not like, hey, this real human being, Ronaldo can just absolutely destroy, Terry Bogard and stuff, and dude who studied martial arts his whole life. Clearly, this is just like a joke character. Like, there's nothing about him being in Canada. And by the way, too, I mean, the background is really goofy. Because, like, watch the background. Like, he's literally DJing on the stage in the background while he's doing this whole thing. Like, he's in the background. Like, there he is. He's just DJing back there. And why is this human look weirdly real sitting on the couch? And why is there even a couch with like, look at this. Like, who is this? This is like, this has to be something that, like, Salvatore Ganacci fans know about, And clearly, like I said, there's supposed to be just a tongue-in-cheek, humorous element to this character. But the reaction that I've seen from a lot of people are like, this is the last straw. I've seen more people cancel their pre-order after this announcement than I saw after the Ronaldo announcement. People are mad about this because this is really starting to feel more like, hands in the dishes over here. And again, like, I'm not trying to speak bad on anybody because, look, if you had influence in a fighting game, like, you'd probably want to put a lot of your goofy inside jokes and like things that you like in there too, right? Like that's what almost every developer has kind of done who's been very much in charge of it. Like, I'll put in my cat in the background, you know, like lots of people do these kind of things. Obviously, taking up a whole character with a real live human being is just another extent. But that's why a lot of people are mad, because this is a launch character. You're taking up slots that probably should have went to Freeman or the other Kim brother. I think it's Jae-hoon who's not in there right now. You know, like, or even now, a lot of people are worried that, was this supposed to be Duck King? And then they skewed him into this, and so that means no chance of Duck King anymore, right? People are scared that this means no Duck King. And especially for those people who love Duck King. I don't even really play Fatal Fury that much, and I think Duck King is amazing. Like, I would want to play him in this game, you know? So, well, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's the story. They put out that preview yesterday where it was just like, Duck King's like, hey, my friend's coming into town. I used to train him and da-da-da-da, you know, all that stuff. Yeah, someone sent me a video, Enrique says hi, of him actually doing that handstand thing on stage, right? So, it's just very weird, but I know a lot of people are mad because of the fact that, you know, he's taking up spots, and it really does feel like now, like Fatal Fury, like I said on Synchronize, when they announced Ronaldo, a lot of the Fatal Fury fans are like you don't find the people like who are just like, oh yeah, I loved Darkstalkers, hey, like when you have people who love Fatal Fury, like the people who still love Fatal Fury, they love Fatal Fury. Holy crap! Like Fatal Fury fans are like everybody that I've talked to is like, oh, are you a Fatal Fury fan? Yeah, and then like they will just tell you like the lore forever, right? So, you know, it's these, when they said, like when Oda was like, I wanted to come back to SNK so I could finally make another Fatal Fury game and close out the chapter of, you know, the storyline that I was that, you know, from Rock, you know, and Geese and Kane and all those guys, like I want, and like all the Fatal Fury fans are like, oh my god, we finally get a closure, we finally get an ending, we finally get to learn about Rock's mom and all this stuff, and it's just like there's just like this gravitas and seriousness, and all of that is kind of going away because Ronaldo and Salvatore Ganacci are being added into the game. And so it's like a lot of the real hardcore Fatal Fury fans are understandably very, very frustrated. So it's a weird situation here. Again, you know, I don't have a dog in this race, right? So I'm not going to be sitting here going like, you know, but like I've heard a lot of the opinions from a lot of SNK fans, especially because obviously Olaf and Kitty, you know, I'm good friends with them. But you know, even in their cases, a lot of times it's like maybe they're not even that mad at as much because Ronaldo already was like, oh, you know, kind of things. And there's a lot of topics I haven't even touched on that I'm sure once we get another Synchronized episode going that we'll talk about a little bit more. But you know, the dangerous thing right now is the precedent, right? So if this like succeeds and stuff like that, does this mean that like Street Fighter is gonna put Taylor Swift in the game like as a DLC character? Because clearly Taylor Swift will add a lot of like, you know, views and stuff like that. Obviously not Taylor Swift, but somebody else like really super famous and stuff like that. You know, so you know, those are the kind of things that we have to think about. What are the ramifications of this? You know, and you know, for those, you know, like, you know, who don't like seeing other hands and influences going into the game, you know, they announced they're making a new Art of Fighting, right? Now, people are like, oh, cool, we finally get a sequel to Art of Fighting, we get all the serious, and like now you're just like, what's that gonna be like now, right? Like, it does create worry, and you know, it's justified, it's absolutely justified. So it's a weird situation. It's a weird situation. Fighting games are just in a weird situation right now. I have never seen a fan base of a fighting game be so mad at the game itself And I'm not even talking about City of the Wolves. I'm talking about Tekken 8. Holy crap. Holy crap, people are mad about Tekken 8. Holy crap. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, things are weird right now in the FGC. And hopefully we get to a point where we, can, there's a lot of experimenting happening right now. And it's an interesting time because it's kind of good. Fighting games are getting to the point where people are like, what can we get away with? And, that's how we got games like Mortal Kombat and stuff like that, right? Like, how much can we get away with? What if we tried this? And, it's interesting, but, in this atmosphere with, fighting games being more publicly viewed and more publicly accepted and all this stuff, and people actually seeing it as a skill kind of thing, and have fans now who have been invested in lore for like 20, 30 years, right? Like when you're obsessed with the lore and someone does something dumb with the lore, like you freaking Transformers 1 and like Megatron and Optimus Prime were friends when they were young and they formed the Autobots and Decepticons. I'm just like, God damn it. Like, no, why would you do this? This is the stupidest thing. You can see how upset people get by lore, by people frigging around with lore. Anyways, so yeah, it's tougher these days to do stuff like that, and it is interesting. But obviously, if you cater only to the hardcore fans, your game is never going to grow, right? A lot of old school fans hate Strive, but Strive has sold more copies and has more players than maybe all of the Guilty Gear games combined, right? Like, I mean, seriously, like Strive has broken over 2,000 entrants for like 4 years in a row at EVO. And like, that's the first fighting game I think that's ever done that at EVO. It's crazy, right? So like, there's a weird balance, and so I like it when people are trying different things, but obviously a lot of the implications and ramifications of starting to add real people to fighting games just to attract their fan base. Is their fan base going to buy it, play it for 2 days, and never touch it again? So what did it really get you? Well, it got you a lot of money so you could develop a lot of other games. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and if it is successful, does that mean everyone starts doing it? And a lot of very interesting questions. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch. But again, from the SNK fans' standpoint, the fact that they're losing 2 spots to real people and they're in the launch roster, so they can't even vote with their wallet. Like if they were DLC characters and they could buy it or not, like it's hard, right? Like it's hard. And there's a lot of valid complaints about it. So we're just going to have to see how it pans out. And again, I don't have a dog in the race, and my job here is not to convince you one way or the other. I just hope that I can, talk about it in a way that's more nuanced and actually takes into account a lot of real world things that other people don't take into account, because people are always like, well, they have this, why can't they just do that? And you're just like, it's not how it works, man. It's just not how it works. In any case, yeah, that's Salvatore Ganacci coming into Fatal Fury, which is coming out later this month. So we're going to find out a lot of stuff very, very soon. And if you've only just found out about this channel on YouTube or Twitch, or just found out about this podcast that is It Was Tuesday, well, you need to rectify that, okay? You need to follow, like, subscribe, do all that stuff, because the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
all right, so don't go anywhere. I've got one more segment to do over here, and this one is guaranteed to be short, because the intention of mine, and I apologize to all the Texas Showdown guys, the intention is to make this very short, because I want to see if I can do tournament results discussions and stuff like that as YouTube shorts. Because honestly, like what a lot of people have talked about in the past is that, when we did the Tuesday show and stuff like that, every time we went over the results, it was like some of the most boring parts about it. So I want to see if I can do something and try to make this very quick and brief and still highlight some important things. So there you go. How long have I been doing this? So me and David have been doing the Tuesday show. We started the Ultra Chen TV channel like 14, 15 years ago or something like that. Like, if I actually go to my channel here, like, what is the oldest video? Jesus Christ. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time. Holy crap. So yeah, I'm not gonna look it up right now, but we've been doing this for a long time. And so we've always done the news kind of thing where we talked about things. It was just me and David. Then we added Tasty Steve and Sayjam. And then they eventually left. And then for a while we did it ourselves again. Then we got Tubo on the stream. And then basically they both left at the same time because David couldn't do it anymore due to conflict of interest from his new job. And so I just kind of carried it on since then. And so here I am. I'm still doing this. Oh, it was Tuesday. Right. Okay, so Zip. So when David left, for the longest of time, for like the first year after David left, I was just doing it by myself. It was called the Not Tuesday Show. I did that for about half a year, and then when January rolled around, I officially turned everything into It Was Tuesday, because I kind of wanted to name it that a long time ago. I just... the other half of the group wasn't as enamored with that idea as I was. So, I respected that, so we never went in that direction. But now that I'm in charge, and it's only me, I can do whatever I want. So yeah, so I decided to call it this. So yeah, that's it. So no, Uncensored. If I have reasons for Uncensored, it'll come back. Oh man, I really enjoyed commentating with Kate this weekend on Super Turbo. It was a lot of fun. So I haven't commentated with Kate in a long time. In fact, the last time I commentated with her, I think, was the last time she commentated at EVO, and we did a block at EVO. So it was actually really cool to do that again, and I could feel it too. I felt like there was a lot of improvement in her commentary, because I know she's been doing a lot of commentary, especially for like the retro games recently at a lot of different events, and it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. So I really had a great time. So. But let's do this last thing here. I am going to try my best to run a timer on my phone to see if I'm actually kind of going a little too long. So we'll see if I can do that here. Let's do this here. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Oh, you know what? I don't want to start that way because YouTube Shorts can't really start that way. I think it's a really bad idea to do that. Let me think about it differently here. How do I want to start this? Okay. Texas Showdown 2025 just happened in... Boy, when you actually... YouTube Shorts are hard, man. YouTube Shorts are hard. And you're right. I can't be super perfectionist. Okay. And you know what? I can stumble. My editor will fix it. It's okay, James. You don't have to do it perfectly. Just go. Just go. So Texas Showdown 2025 happened this past weekend. One of the longest running tournaments out there, even before Street Fighter 4 gained a lot of popularity. So, I went to the event. I was really happy to support it. And so I just kind of want to do a quick breakdown of what happened over there, the notable things that happened. I'm not going to go over all the results I'm not going to go over all the results that happened at Texas Showdown, but, I'm going to try to cover a lot of the interesting interesting things that happened there. So as you can see down here, I talked about prodigies being everywhere, taking the spotlight. One of the main stories was out of all the players there for Street Fighter 6, the most well-known player who showed up was, of course, Noah the Prodigy. And you know what? Say what you want about him. I hate him. I like him, whatever like that. He's traveling to events. I saw him at Genesis. I saw him here at Texas Showdown. The guy is traveling. He's playing. He's putting in the work. And you know what? I mean, if you actually saw his acceptance speech at the end, or victory speech, it was very, it was very respectful. Very respectful. It helps that probably the person that would have given him the hardest challenge, Hamad, is a player that he plays with online a lot. Shout outs to Ultra David for that information. And they're really, really good friends, so they respected each other very well. But really the storyline for that was anybody from Texas going to be able to stop Noah the Prodigy from taking the tournament? As obviously it didn't happen, but again, it was really great to see a lot of the top Texas players really put up good fights. As I mentioned, Hamad, one of my favorite players, from that region. I've known Hamad for a great long time. Really amazing player, and did push Noah the closest, out of all the players that he mentioned that he ended up facing. But Stealth, his JP was fantastic. In fact, there was two JPs there. MJ Gama, of course, MJ Gama being from Mexico, but Stealth and MJ Gama had wonderful JPs. Great to see how that character has kind of had a rebirth thanks to Kakaru. But rounding out the top 8 was Knack, as well as Aziz, a super long time respected Texas player. Everybody in the audience cheering for him. Definitely one of the hometown favorites. Sinister X, and of course Mr. Mad Gear, who got the top 8 with Marisa, won the Marisa only tournament at Texas Showdown, and got like the helmet, which was really cool. So he actually walked up to his top 8 with the helmet on, which was super cool. But really cool to see that some people out there still putting in the work with that Marisa. So she needs buffs. Mad Gear told me, he said, I hope you said that Marisa needs buffs. Fortunately, I do agree. I don't want her to have buffs because she kills me, but she needs buffs. So hopefully that happens. But the other just amazing story that happened at Texas Showdown, and this one just literally warms the cockles of my heart here. Of course, we have, shoot. Whew, I've already been going too long, so hopefully we can edit some of this part out, but let's do this. Okay. Another one of the main stories that happened here, and this just warms the cockles of my heart, honestly. Online Tony, a player from SoCal who used to be the best Seth in Street Fighter 4 and played a long, long time. You might know him for the Seth stomp combo in the corner where everyone chanted Online Tony with all 4 hits. He doesn't play as much anymore, but Street Fighter 4 will always be close to his heart. He showed up to Texas Showdown, and he took the Ultra Street Fighter 4 tournament there. He got first place. But that's not the story here, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't go to this event for him. He went there for his son, Online Kale, who is, I think, 13 or 14 years old right now or something, but he's taller than Online Tony. That kid he's tall, man. But he is the current super prodigy of Mortal Kombat 1. He has been beating a lot of people, and the one person he hasn't faced offline yet was Sonic Fox. And Sonic Fox has been trying to get sets with Online Kale, and Online Kale and Online Tony are like, nope, you're not getting any intel on us. Well, this weekend they faced each other. First fight on the top 8, both in the winner's side. And you know what? Experience is going to trump a lot. Sonic Fox definitely took that one 3-0 in a very dominant fashion, but Kale definitely made a mark and ended up finishing the tournament at 3rd place, which was amazing. And I just want to play this clip here. This is a clip that Online Tony himself clipped for socials here. So let me just show you guys this. All right, this is Online Kale getting into losers finals, where his run finally ended. Why is there no volume? Hang on a second. There we go. That is so bizarre. Okay, Facebook, you are weird. I guess I have to unpause and then change the volume. Let's do this. Okay, phone, really? Wow. Wow, phone. Thank you, phone. Thank you. All right, let's do this.
He gets out to the wire, goes to the snap. No more needed. Return defender. He goes up. Deep breath.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God, he did filler.
Okay, still in this here. Yep, doing damage
The
to the
rocket.
Wow, Kale! Kale here taking it over Gurr!
STG, Tony embracing his son, and Gurr with the handshake. Online Kale gets the top 3, and he's going to go against Dylock.
Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Make his dad proud there up there.
And how cool is that? And by the way, obviously at the end over here, one of the people that jumped up right away, that's just Online Tony. He just jumped up right away to hug his son as soon as he qualified over here. Like there he is right there in the front here. And he just runs up there to hug his son. I mean, look at that. That's just so cool to see. And he's just chilling there in the audience waiting for the losers finals match. So again, shout outs to Online Kale and Online Tony. What a great storyline, right? Father getting first place in Ultra Street Fighter 4. Son getting third place in Mortal Kombat 1. You know, losing to, just happens to be one of the greatest fighting game players in our age, Sonic Fox. But, you know, it's really cool. Now, a lot of people, you know, didn't travel out to Texas Showdown as much as, you know, we used to see in the past when we had a lot of the circuits and the points. But again, nothing beats offline, man. I commentated a bunch of the retro games. It was fantastic. It was beautiful. I love seeing all the old faces there. I know Vodka Gobalski's been in my chat, him and Riz1, doing amazing stuff for old school retro Capcom fighting games and stuff. And it's just great. The offline environment is the best, man. You just can't beat it. So if you ever do have a chance to hit up any of these kind of tournaments like this, like a Texas Showdown and such, I definitely recommend it. Great time, wonderful experience. Talked to so many people who said this was their first tournament. Talked to a lot of people who told me they wouldn't have gotten into fighting games if it wasn't for my commentary and stuff. And it's just wonderful to see the scene continue to grow. Thank you, Nathan, for knocking over my bottle. Anyways, that's my Texas Showdown quick recap, and hope you enjoyed these, and I'll talk to you guys later. Peace. Yeah, that's not gonna fit in a YouTube short, but I'm gonna let my editor cut everything down. I'm gonna let my editor cut everything down and see if they can actually get it within the time limit. And so that should do it for today. That should do it for today, but we have Cat here. Someone thought you were Alex Vi. Dude, I don't think you look like Alex Vi at all, Mike. Literally, I don't think you guys look the same at all in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I could do 2 shorts, one for Street Fighter and one for the Online Kale thing for sure, so. Hi, P. Kitty. Oh, Jasmine, you know what I'm gonna do, right? Here you go, Nathan. Don't run away, Jasmine. Oh no. Come on, Jasmine. She is not happy. Oh, the squirming. The squirming. Oh my God. Yeah, I did everything out of order. B. San Nicolas. B. San Nicolas. Okay, B. San Nicolas. I did everything out of order. I did the Elena thing first. It was just weird. So, so they had to shave the hair around her arms to get that stuff in there. So yeah, I mean, I guess look, it's my stream, so I can cry if I want to here. If you guys can, and you guys are still interested in supporting my GoFundMe, if you haven't already, where is my GoFundMe? I guess I don't have a link open here, so let's do this. So Jasmine is fine. It turns out that no, she did not have cancer, thank God, which, oh man, actually helped get a lot of things out of, you know, like, whoo, you know, kind of a situation right there. But, oh, that's right, it doesn't work on, I don't know why my Chrome is so messed up. It doesn't work there, so I actually have to go over, oh yeah, here it is, okay. Share fundraiser, let's just copy the link here. If you guys want to support me and help me out a little bit, the whole story is there in the chat with that GoFundMe link over there. Again, we found a lump on the bottom of Jasmine's chin over here, and my nurse, my vet was really worried that it might have been cancerous. So I had to take her in and do a bunch of tests. Unfortunately, I do use VCA and they charge a lot. And so they did a bunch of tests, and then I was recommended to go to the bigger branch of VCA in Westwood, and they did all these x-rays, found out she needed 2 of her teeth taken out, including one right over the bump on her chin. So the dentist was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's probably just a result of like infection, but we still want to make sure. So they were able to take samples out of the bump and examine them closely. And during the Texas Showdown tournament, I got an email reply for them saying that the test results are back. It was negative. It wasn't even cancer, not even benign or whatever. It wasn't, and it was definitely a result of her teeth problems. So I'm happy about that. But of course, the vet bills total out to $6,800 to do. And again, that sounds like way like, no, James, like you're trying to get money from us, but I took pictures of the entire bills. You can take a look at them there. They're all there. I'm 76% way through the goal. I'm really close. I'm probably going to try to just do a fun stream where I actually just see if I can raise the rest during the stream. But it would really help me because unlike what people say, commentators don't make any money. Okay? I don't think there's a commentator in FGC that makes a lot of money by doing commentary, right? Like obviously there are people out there who can make decent money, but like Justin and Sajam and Yipes and all these guys are doing it through their YouTube content and being content creators, which is why this year I'm focusing so much on the content. I wanted to last year, but honestly, like, again, I hate it because I can't even explain it partially, but last year, like, I just lost last year. Last year, I was very depressed for a long period of times, like, just all these dumb things kept happening. This year, I mean, again, like, dumb things happening. I almost had to evacuate my house because of a fire. I thought my cat had cancer, you know, like, all sorts of crazy things are happening, but fortunately, the ADHD meds are working better now that I actually have been on them for a little bit and stuff like that. And so I'm being a lot more productive. I have people helping me. I have a team helping me, which helps so much more now. And so I'm hoping that this year will be different. So I'm going to be focusing on that. But it would be nice if I could get help with these medical costs. So appreciate that. So if there is anyone in the FG that I would believe about that, it would be you, Jay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. So yeah. I mean, Sajam commentated this. I mean, are you joking? Is that kind of like a sarcasm again? Because you didn't use the cap emote. Because Sajam made up the slam, so he's not really getting paid for. Okay, it was sarcasm. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. So, but yeah, glad that Jasmine is good. It makes me very, very happy, and you can see. I mean, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see here. display. I want to turn this one on. There we go. There we go. I mean, you can see Jasmine is just sleeping there on the table in front of my chat monitor over there. Nathan's just chilling. The hard part is that I fed them before the stream, like before I got officially started with the stream. But every time I end the stream, they think it's time to eat. So as soon as I end the stream, they're gonna want food, and they're not gonna get food. So they're gonna be very, very disappointed. So. God. See, Nathan is meowing at me like he's gonna eat. You're not gonna eat right now, Nathan. Yo, did he just cuss at me? Did you guys hear that? I swear to God, he just cussed at me, dude. Jesus. You watch your language, Nathan. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, girl. Hi, girl. Ooh, hi, Jasmine. Hi, Nathan. So yeah, my cats are wonderful. I really want to do a lot of stuff to the stream station over here and like try to do more stuff, because one of the hardest things about the stream station, a lot of times you see other people when they're streaming, they have all this space behind them to do cool stuff. Unfortunately, the wall is right here. Like this painting is just right here. So if I can figure out a way to rearrange this room, unfortunately, it's just my dining room in my tiny condo. So there's not much space here. But if I can find a way to make it work, I will try to put more stuff back there, including, you know, potentially like some cat trees or something, or like hammocks for them to just chill on. So hopefully they'll just hang out on the stream more often, and I can have cat cams for you and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, that's going to be the end of the stream here today. So I'm just going to go ahead and take off. I'm really hungry, so I'm not going to probably do any sort of raids right now because I'm just really, really freaking hungry. So, God, I just got to stop being lazy. I'll make sure I raid somebody. So, but yeah, thank you guys for supporting again, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon. And hopefully, once I get all this transitioning stuff done with trying to merge my brands and all that stuff like that, I'll really, really be able to start boring down a little bit more on content and just working on content a little more dedicatedly. So we'll see if we can actually do that. Oh, sick. Barcode is having a Street Fighter 3 tournament going on right now. All right, let's go support Barcode over there. Barcode is a barcade here in Southern California. Really cool place to go. So I'll see you guys later. And take care, guys, and peace out. And next time. All right. See you later. Am I doing this right? Am I doing this right? Yes, I am doing this right. Obviously, those of you on YouTube, you're not going to get rated over there. You guys can come here yourself. But in any case, peace out. Take care. Bye.